Good afternoon. Due to COVID-19, Committee of Adjustment public hearings are being conducted virtually by electronic means through WebEx Webinar, an online digital platform, and streamed on the Toronto City Planning YouTube channel. Participants who have registered in advance will be able to make their presentations to the committee using WebEx Webinar, which is moderated by city staff. Anyone wishing to view the hearing may watch on YouTube. Participants who have registered in advance will be connecting with their computer, tablet, smartphone, or telephone. Committee members will be participating by video, and registered participants will connect by audio only. Participants will automatically be muted on entry. When an item is called, each participant will be unmuted by the moderator, one person at a time. Committee of Adjustment staff will share presentations submitted in accordance with a written submission deadline. We acknowledge the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. In accordance with sections 45 and 53 of the Planning Act, this meeting of the Committee of Adjustment of the City of Toronto is called to order. The Committee of Adjustment considers applications for variances from the provisions of the zoning that applies to property, permission to extend or alter lawful non-conforming uses, and consent to sever property to create new lots. Anyone in attendance today who wants to receive a copy of the decision of the committee must submit a written request for a decision by email. Please ensure you include your name, address, and email address, because the committee and the Toronto Local Appeal Body will be sending notifications and appeal updates by email. If you do not agree with our decision, they may be appealed to the Toronto Local Appeal Body, or in some limited circumstances to the Ontario Land Tribunal. Appeal instructions are set out at the bottom of the decision of the committee. I will call each item in the order listed on the agenda. When making your submissions on an application that's uncontested, the agent or applicant may proceed with their presentation if desired. When the committee does not require a presentation, applicants are to advise the chair should they wish to speak to the committee. The committee may ask questions and/or take the matter into committee for a decision. Each speaker, including the applicant agent, will be given a maximum of 5 minutes to address the committee. I will comment when you are reaching the 5 minutes. When addressing the committee, please clearly state your name and address. Please remember to confine your remarks to the matters outlined in the application. The applicant or agent will proceed first and will make a presentation to the committee on the application. Please note, the committee may not entertain revisions to proposals at the hearing today. The committee may decide to defer the application if substantially revised, to ensure the revised application is accurate and that all those entitled to notice of the application are informed of the changes. Then, individuals, either in support or opposed to the application, will be invited to speak. Committee members may ask questions of each speaker after they have finished their presentations. When all speakers are finished, the applicant agent has an opportunity to rebut only those issues that were raised by the speakers. This will mark the end of the discussion. The application will then be taken into committee for a decision. Are there any declarations of interest of panel or staff for items in the afternoon time slots? None from the panel. Any from staff? No, none from staff. Are there any deferral requests, Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer?
Not in this time slot, Mr. Chair.
Are there any in the other afternoon time slots?
There may be a deferral request, I think, in the 3:30 time slot, but I think the agent will speak to it.
Okay, thank you. We're now at number 21, 197 Virginia Avenue. The purpose of this application is to alter the existing one-story detached dwelling by constructing a complete second-story addition, a two-story addition along the south wall of the dwelling, and to add a secondary suite within the basement with a front walkout basement and two second-story balconies. With this application, we have material submitted by the applicant and a report from Urban Forestry. Xiao Wei Cheng,
Yes, I'm here.
good.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and the committee.
Can we have your name and address for the record, sir?
Yeah, my name is Xiao Chen. The address is 70 Northern Crescent, Toronto. The agent for owner of 197 Virginia Avenue.
Okay. Can we have your presentation? There's some opposition.
Yes, thank you. This project is to propose a secondary floor of the existing house and expansion from the rear wall. This is a corner lot in the northeast of Virginia Avenue and Cedarville Avenue. I have a very brief explanation on the variance. So we have a 50 variance from the notice.
Mr. Cheng, could you just speak up a little, please? I'm having a little difficulty hearing you.
Okay. So this project to propose a secondary floor of the existing house and the expansion from the new wall. It is a corner lot in the northeast of Virginia Avenue, the Cedarville Avenue. I will have a very brief explanation on the variance. Sorry, can you hear me?
Yeah, please,
Okay.
please continue to speak up and speak into the microphone. I think sometimes you're turning away.
Okay. So the 50 variances categorized into 6. A is regarding about the secondary suite. It's number 1 and the number 2. B regarding the side yard setback and the encroachments. That's number 3 and the number 10 to number 14 from the notice. C regarding lot coverage is number 4. D regarding building and the main wall height. That's number 5 and number 6 from the notice. E is regarding the FSI. Is number 7 from the notice. F talking about platform and the balcony number and the area. That's number 8 and the number 9. I believe those variances are minor. Thank you.
Okay, panel, do you have any questions? Okay, let's move on to Christina and Ryan Murphy.
Christina, can you hear us?
Are they here?
Christina Murphy, can you hear us? Through you, Mr. Chair, I think they are not on the line. I tried to contact them, but wasn't
Okay.
successful.
All right, panel, do you have any questions? Yes, Yim?
I just need a clarification for on variance number 3. It says the rear yard setback is 0.9. And then it says the west. So the rear yard is on the west side of the property, or is there's some funny wording there? I thought that the rear yard is on the north side.
Mr. Cheng?
On the south side, sorry. The rear yard is on the south side.
Yes, thank you, Yim. I found this wording.
Yeah, I just need a clarification whether variance number 3 is correct.
Yeah, number 3 is correct, but the rear should be west.
The rear yard is at the west. Is
Yeah.
where,
Take a look at the side.
I thought from the site plan, isn't it the rear yard is on the south side?
Yes, you're right. Yeah, left side.
Then number 3 is wrong. Then it should be
Yep.
just side yard setback, right? Not rear
Yeah,
yard
should be
setback.
side yard. It's not rear, not rear. Should be side.
Oh.
No
So you
issue
agree?
regarding the rear yard setback from the variances.
So, Mr. Chair, so do we have to amend that correction?
All right, so would you read
Number-
what it should say, Yim?
I think it should say the side yard setback is 0.9 meter instead of the rear yard setback.
Yes, it is. You're right.
Okay. So, but it's still on the west lot line?
Right.
Yeah, but it's not a rear yard. It should say side yard setback is 0.9,
Okay,
and then yeah.
all right. Yes, Peter?
Thank you. For the applicant, I just wanted to know if you had seen the comments from Urban Forestry about rearranging your front pathway situation to preserve the existing tree.
Mr. Cheng?
So it means a tree in the rear yard?
The tree in the front yard, Urban Forestry wrote a letter saying that they would not support removing the tree in the front yard, and they suggested a couple different alternatives to rearranging your front yard landscaping to avoid that happening. And I'm wondering if you are aware of that and open to that.
Yes, I will. Yeah, we can adjust the design.
Okay, thanks.
Any
Thank you.
further questions? Larry?
Chair, maybe just a point of clarification on the side yard setback. I noticed number 10 is also side yard setback for the west lot line. And it's a different number in terms of
Yeah,
distance. So I'm a little confused. Is that just simply a different bylaw, but it's actually a different number?
okay. So the number 3 is regarding the platform side yard setback. So the platform side yard setback should be same as the side yard setback as the building. That's 0.9 meters. So number 3 is talking about the platforms the side yard setback. It's 0.35. Number 10 is regarding the buildings side yard setback, because the new addition on second floor and the new expansion in the backyard, it's 0.75. Does not comply with 0.9.
Well, then I suggest the wording, because in both cases, it refers to a dwelling. It doesn't refer to a platform in either of those.
Ready, yeah, you're right. Yeah, ready.
So maybe the staff, does that need clarification?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'll just double check with the zoning notice.
Thank you. And while I've got the floor, I did want to ask about the tree in the rear yard as well. There is a forestry condition about that. Is your intention to remove that tree?
That tree just fell down last year. I think that tree.
Sorry, say again?
In the backyard,
Yes.
my client told me that tree was fall down from the backyard.
So the tree is no longer there?
Yeah, no.
I'm wondering why forestry has asked us to put a condition in on that then.
That probably because based on the survey is a couple years ago.
Oh, so they took that off the survey and the survey's out of date.
Yeah. No, this is not, the survey is in the side plan.
Yes, Zahir? You're muted, Zahir.
So we have to double check if the tree is still there or not.
Mr. Chang, you mentioned that your client had taken that tree down.
No, not from my client. He said,
Yes, your client took the,
yeah, the fruit is,
is there a reason why they took it down?
no. He said that the tree was fall down last year.
They had it removed when you say pull down?
Not by man-made, not just by nature.
Was there a storm that took it down when you say natural?
Not sure. So I have to check that if the tree is not fall down, so our design will adjust to protect that tree there based on the comments from our report and forest.
I'm sorry, I'm having real difficulty hearing you.
Okay, if the tree still there, so our design will be adjusted to protect the tree. No problem for this.
But do you know why they took it down or why it came down?
Not came down. Nobody touched down the tree.
Was there a storm? Something that naturally
Yeah,
happened?
maybe storm. So I didn't go to site to check the tree. If the tree is there, we have to keep it. If the tree is not there, I take the photograph for this.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah,
Sorry, I'm just a little confused. Is there a tree there or is there not a tree there?
Just a moment. Give me a second. I call my client right away. That's the moment.
I'm sorry, Chair. I'm having difficulty understanding.
I'm going to call my own client now, right away. Just a moment.
Okay, so you don't know whether there's a tree there. You're calling you're calling your client.
The trees, 张主任树在后面这个树干这里。Oh, my client told me the tree is gone. He doesn't know where the tree is gone. When?
Okay, so there is no tree in the yard.
No tree in the backyard.
Okay, and it's been removed somehow.
Yeah, not from my owner. He told me when he bought this property, no tree there.
Okay, so the previous owner removed the tree.
I don't know. 张主任，这个你买的时候肯定会员没有收到。Okay, you sure? Okay. Okay, bye.
Mr. Chang?
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah, so the previous owner pulled down the tree, or? So the tree wasn't there? The tree wasn't there when your client bought the property?
Tree was not there when my client bought this property, he told me.
Okay, thank you.
Yim?
Yes, I sort of want to go back to my first question about variance number 3, and Larry mentioned variance number 10. Actually, I figured out on the site plan, the orientation is wrong. So the variance number 3 should be on the east side. If you go to the variance number 3, and also it should be read at the side yard setback, and on the east side is 0.35, and then number 10 is correct, Larry. It is on the west side. Yeah. It's only number 3 is incorrect. Yeah.
I think staff's checking the zoning notice to see what the actual notice said.
Through you, Mr. Chair, minor variance number 3, the zoning notice speaks to the front porch, front balcony, and the rear balcony will be located 0.35 meters from the side west lot line. And variance number 10 speaks to the rear second-story addition will be located 0.75 meters from the west side lot line and 0.46 meters from the east side lot line. So the side yard setbacks as described in what's before committee in terms of east or west is correct. It's just what specifically they are referring to. So in variance 3, instead of altered dwelling, it's the front porch, front balcony, and rear balcony.
Yes.
And then on this number 10, it's really the rear second-story addition that's being varied.
Oh, I see. So it's different.
Is this notice?
Both confused actually.
Is this notice adequate? Or do we have to defer it so that a proper notice can go out?
So the numbers are correct. It's just what the variance is describing. They're all attached to an altered dwelling.
So the porch is attached to the dwelling? Right. Okay, so I mean, it could refer to a portion of the altered dwelling, which would be the porch, rather than describing it as a porch. But the bottom line is that the dwelling, whichever portion of it is located so many meters from the side west lot line. Okay, so it doesn't seem to me anyhow that we need to have another notice. I don't think it would be better if it said porch, but I don't think it's confusing because I don't think it's incorrect because it still deals with the dwelling. Does anyone have a problem with dealing with this notice as is? Okay, all right. So do you have any further questions of Mr. Cheng, or do we have comments or a motion? Yes, Peter?
Yeah, I don't have any further comments. I think there were a lot of questions around the numbers, but I think that we're all on the same page. I think the variances being requested are minor. I think particularly given the context of this house being on a corner lot, the extra kind of length and mass at the back has a bit of breathing room, and I think it works okay in context. So I think it's supportable, and I'll move a motion to approve the application subject to urban forestry condition 1.
We lost the last part of what you said. You said subject to?
Pardon me, urban forestry condition 1.
Okay. Yes, yes.
Peter, does that include the advisory comment? It's not a condition, but it's advisory.
Well, I think there is a condition 1, but then there's also the advisory comments, which I think urban forestry will just do as a matter of course.
Oh, Okay, so this the same report then, okay. All right, so I will second that then.
Okay, all in favor? Have your approval. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 22, 1926 Lakeshore Boulevard. Purpose of this application is to add car sharing as a permitted non-residential use and to permit these car share spaces within the existing visitor parking area. With this application, we have material submitted by the applicant. Mr. Frank,
Yes, good afternoon, sir.
good afternoon. Can we have your name and address for the record, please?
Yes, the name is Frank, first initial A for Adrian, and the address is 250 Young Street, Suite 2302.
Okay, so the other people on the list, the architect and the transportation consultant, are all with you?
That's correct, sir, and we would be pleased to share the time if required.
Okay, so I just, well, we don't have, it seems to be reasonably straightforward. Is there, I'm going to take it into committee. I don't think we need a presentation. Is there anything you want to say to the committee, to the panel, before we take it into committee?
Thank you, sir. I would just note two things. The first is that a variance was previously granted for the visitor parking rate. This new variance proposes to replace that one. And given that the previous approval was unconditional, there are no issues from that perspective. The change relates to 3 car share parking spaces. And so my second point is that combined, these two variances are clearly within the scope of the intent and purpose of zoning and the official plan, in that they addressed a sustainability aspect to the development and will allow a development currently underway to be completed. So, subject to any questions, I would just offer those notes.
Okay, panel, any questions? Yes, Yim?
No, I don't have any questions. I think it is a straightforward, and it's a good reason. I think it's a good purpose to have some car share spaces. And I will move for approval with no conditions, subject to some other comments by other people.
Okay. Do we have a seconder? Is that here? All in favor? You have your approval. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Number 22, 14 Bartlett Avenue. The purpose of the application is to alter the existing 2-story semi-detached dwelling by constructing a rear second-story addition with a rear Juliet balcony. With this application, we have material submitted by the applicant only. Jamie Zabo.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairperson and members of the board. My name is Jamie Zabo of 9 Belfry Avenue, Etobicoke, representing the homeowners at 14 Bartlett Avenue.
Okay, so Mr. Zabo, I don't believe we need a presentation. Do you have anything to say to the panel before I take it into committee?
Of time, Mr. Chairperson, that's fine.
All right, thank you. All right, panel, any questions? Say here.
Oh, I was just going to propose that move a motion to approve. I think it's an extremely minor variance that is requested, a very tasteful addition to the structure that exists. So if nobody has any other objections or comments, I move to approve the application.
All right, do we have a seconder? Yes, Larry, all in favor? Have your approval? Thank you.
Thank you, committee.
Number 24, 151 Campbell Avenue. The purpose of this application is to alter the existing semi-detached dwelling by constructing a basement secondary suite, also to maintain the existing front and side yard setbacks, the front yard landscaping, the lot frontage, and floor space index. With this application, we have material submitted by the applicant, Stephanie Matviva. Is Stephanie here? Good afternoon. Can we have your name and address for the record, please?
Absolutely. My name is Stephanie Matviva. The address is 10 Kingsbridge Garden Circle in Mississauga. I'm the registered agent on behalf of the property owners.
Okay, so I'm going to take it into committee. Do you have anything to say to the panel before we go into committee?
I do not.
All right, thank you. Panel, do you have any questions? Yes, Zahir? You're muted, Zahir.
I'm so sorry. Just a quick, if you could just offer some clarification with regard to variance number 1. What is it that's triggering a reduction in the front yard landscaping? Or is this the existing 48%?
This is the existing condition.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions? We have comments or a motion? Yes, Larry.
Yeah, sure. I think this one as well, Chair, is very straightforward. It looks like virtually all of the variances are existing conditions, and the addition of a secondary suite in this area is welcome. It's a walk to Bloor Street and rapid higher order transit, so I think it's quite supportable. I'm happy to move a motion to approve this application with no conditions.
Seconder, Yim, all in favor? Have your approval. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Thank you. Number 25, 232 McCall Street. Purpose of the application to alter the existing two-story semi-detached dwelling by constructing a rear one-story addition. And with this application, we have material submitted by the applicant only. And Ken Tai.
Good afternoon, Chair and committees. I'm Ken Tai from Tai Architects. My address is 12 Rosemount Avenue, Markham.
Thank you, sir. I don't think we need a presentation. Did you have anything to say to the panel before we go into committee?
No, sir.
All right, thank you. Panel, any questions? Sahir, do you have a question? Do you want to make a motion?
I certainly would go ahead and make a motion if nobody else has any comments. It's a very straightforward item as application again.
Sahir, just one moment. I think Peter has a question.
Sure thing.
Thanks. Sorry, I don't have a question, but I think before we make a motion, I support this application. I think because the length is significant, but I think that it's acceptable because it's one story. And if it were 2 stories high, I think that I probably wouldn't support that. So I would be suggesting that we add a condition that maybe it be substantially in accordance with the side elevations to confirm that it would just be limited to 1 story in the rear. If that interests the other panel members.
Okay, Yim?
Yes, I actually was going to say exactly the same thing. I can support it because it seems to be the extra length is quite substantial, but there's only 1 story. I think the site can take it, and it's good to tie it to the joints and so that it's only 1 story.
Okay. Sahir, did you want to make a motion?
Yes, certainly, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move motion to approve, subject to the application being tied to plan.
Thank you. Do we have a seconder? Yim, All in favor? Have your approval. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, committee.
Number 26, 322 Delaware Avenue. Purpose of this application to alter the existing two-story detached dwelling by constructing a second-story rear addition. With this application, we have material submitted by the applicant. Yes.
Good.
Helen,
Yeah, good.
Helen He?
Here, I'm here.
Okay, can we have your name and your address, please?
My name is Helen Hay from Letters Limited. Address 160 East Beaver Creek Road, Richmond Hill, Ontario. And I'm representing the owner of the property.
Okay, I don't think we need a presentation. Do you have anything you want to say to the panel before we go into committee?
So the addition is over the existing one-story building. It's very small. It's only 80 square feet. It's basically for the home office for the couple. So because they need more time work at home. So the husband already occupied the basement. So the wife need a small space for her during the day. So very small and nothing changed. The footprint is still the same, just a very small addition. I think it's very straightforward.
Okay, thank you. Panel, any questions? See here.
No, I have no questions, but I must say I empathize with the client who requires a dedicated space, given that everybody needs to be, many people are working from home. So if there aren't any other objections, I'm quite happy to move a motion to approve.
Okay.
And I don't need any conditions at all.
All right, do we have a seconder? Yim, all in favor? Have your approval? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Have a nice day.
Number 27, 53 Lee Avenue. And the purpose of this application is to alter the existing 2.5-story semi-detached dwelling by constructing a rear two-story addition with a walkout basement and a ground floor deck and a partial third-story addition. With this application, we have materials submitted by the applicant and a report from Urban Forestry. Reiner Hoyer.
Rainer Hoyer, I'm the agent for the applicant, number 1 Young Street, Suite 1800.
Right, thank you. So Mr. Hoyer, we're going to take this into committee. It seems relatively straightforward. Before we go into committee, do you have anything you want to say to the panel?
Oh, it's a very typical beaches addition to line up with the neighbor and create extra space for the growing family of the client.
Okay, thank you. Panel, any questions? Okay, do we have comments or a motion? Peter?
Thanks, Chair. I'm happy to bring a motion. I think this application is very reasonable and is matching up with exactly what its attached neighbor has done. It's modest and the variances being requested are minor. So I move approval subject to urban forestry condition 2.
Okay, do we have a seconder? Yim, all in favor? Have your approval. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right. Next one is number 28, 85 Vine Avenue. Purpose of the application to alter the existing two-story semi-detached dwelling by constructing a rear first floor addition. With this application, you have material submitted by the applicant, support from 87, and 2 form letters in support from 83, all from Vine Avenue. Mr. Wojcik? Mr. Wojcik here?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Perfect. Good afternoon.
So can we have your name and address for the record, sir?
Yeah, my name is Dan Wojcik, 6 Applewood Ave in Kitchener, and I am the agent for the applicant.
Okay, so I don't think we need a presentation. Do you have anything to say to the panel before I take it into committee?
No, I do not.
Thank you. Panel, any questions? Larry?
No, I think we're in a bit of a run of very straightforward applications. I think this one is extremely minor and very supportable. I'm moving approval of this application, no conditions.
All right, seconder, Zahir. Good. All in favor? You have your approval. Thank you. Number 29, 19 Bishop Street. Purpose of this application is to alter the existing 3-story semi-detached dwelling by constructing a rear 3rd-story addition and a rear 2-story addition with a balcony above. With this application, we have material submitted by the applicant, a report from Urban Forestry, and opposition from several addresses on Bishop Street. Mr. Cogan.
Hello?
Hello, Mr. Cogan. Can we have your name and address for the record?
Michael Cogan. The office is at 40 St. Clair East, Suite 303.
All right, so we're going to need a presentation from you, Mr. Cogan. Could you please speak into the mic? You were a little too low before.
Let me just check the sound. Bear with me. I'm going to sorry, let me just see if this helps.
It sounds fine now. Mr. Cogan?
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you fine. Mr. Cogan, can we have your name and address for the record and your comments? So have we lost him? Huh? So, Mr. Cogan, we're waiting to hear from you, sir.
I'm trying to speak. Can you hear me?
We can hear you very clearly.
Okay, let's all hope for the best here. Okay, so the aim is for a modest rear addition.
Sir, can we have your name and your address first?
Michael Cogan, 40 St. Clair East, Suite 303.
Okay, I'm sorry we already had that. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, I'm going to try and do this quickly so the microphone doesn't cut out. The proposal is for a modest rear addition, and the aim is to replace the 2nd floor balcony with bedroom floor area and push out the 3rd floor for a den, and then to have a balcony above the 2nd floor addition. I've included a chart of recently approved variances in the immediate area of Bishop Street and then the north side of Berryman Street to help illustrate that the proposal is in keeping with what has been approved in this part of the neighborhood. The addition maintains the existing height and the east wall is in line with the existing. However, the east property boundary is skewed. This, for some reason, was not a variance back in 1991, but this is a provision, it's a carryover provision from the former bylaw 43886. FSI, I believe, is also in keeping with previously approved variances. It does not drastically alter the envelope. The rear wall projects approximately 0.35 meters beyond the existing, and this is just to give the second floor addition some articulation and to break up the massing. You'll notice that the rear yard setback again is in keeping with previously approved in the neighborhood. The property owner has reached out to various households along the north side of Berryman, numbers 20 through 30. There was no response, and I don't believe there was any concern. She's also spoken with various households on Bishop Street, including number 21, which is the common neighbor on the party wall. They have no objection to the proposal. And I do see letters of objection and concern, and they as late as 1 o'clock this afternoon, and it's pertaining to the soft yard landscaping variance and more in detail the stormwater management. Now I've uploaded an image of the existing rear yard, and also available is the zoning review conducted by the building department. And I want to make it really clear that this is an existing condition. No work has been proposed in the rear yard. The rear yard is composed of dry set stone panels with about a 1/4 inch gap apart. When it rains, so far the water has flowed through those gaps the same way you would have on permeable pavers, which you can buy, but these are larger panels. And then there's a gravel strip that straddles the south property line, where if there is a significant rainfall event, overflow does go into that gravel strip. So I want to make it clear again that nobody's proposing to do any work in the yard. The client bought this house 2 years ago, and that's what it was. In 1991, we pulled the permit, and there's no mention of anything in the rear yard at all. It's just drawn blank on the page. So I understand concerns from the neighbors, but again, it's an existing condition, and it seems to be working. There is no flooding.
Mr. Cogan, I wanted to ask you a question. It seems to me, and I'm a lawyer, not a landscape architect or anything of the sort, but does not gravel is as effective as soft landscaping in terms of drainage?
Gravel is effective for drainage, as is, you can't control weeds grow in gravel. Everything grows in gravel, and as you're saying, yes, it is drainage. And that's why the stone is set on gravel, limestone screening gravel, and there are gaps between them. So as far as drainage goes, it is effectively working now.
Okay. All right, so panel, do you have any questions? Okay, let's move on. Are you finished, Mr. Cogan? Because I'm going to move on to the next speaker.
I am.
All right, thank you. Megan Harris Gillard.
I'm not sure if she's the owner, the client.
Oh, okay, so
I'm not sure if she's speaking.
Yeah, no, I want to go on to the other parties. Catherine Bohr.
Catherine Bohr, can you hear us?
Hello?
Yes.
Hello?
Can we have, yes, hello, can we have your name
Yes.
and address, please?
Yes, hello, my name is Catherine Bohr. I reside at 24 Bishop Street.
Okay, can you give us your comments, please?
Catherine Bohr, I reside at 24 Bishop Street, across the street from number 19. Can you hear me?
We can hear you perfectly well. Can we have your comments on 19 and the application for 19?
Hello?
She can't hear us.
Hello, I can now hear you. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, terrific.
We need your comments on 19 Bishop Street, please.
Yes, I'm the neighbor across the street at number 24. I'm a little confused about the request for variance for 0% landscaping in the back, because it sounds like there is. Our neighbor at number 21 is opposed. A letter of opposition is on file for that neighbor because they are concerned about the lack of softscaping. We know that the bylaw does help in terms of mitigating the effects of adverse weather events that we have in the city. And we're just requesting that there be the appropriate 50% soft landscaping after the renovation. And as you can see, there are a number of neighbors that are concerned about this. We have the ABC Residents Association also concerned about this. And I believe the late submission that was alluded to just a moment ago is from the counselor's office about this. So we respectfully request that the bylaw be maintained and that the property after renovation have the 50% required soft landscaping in the rear yard of number 19 Bishop Street. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Panel, any questions? Okay. Huang?
Through you, Mr. Chair, Wen Huang is not on the line. I tried to contact, but was unsuccessful.
Okay. All right, Mr. Kogan?
No, again, I understand the water mitigation issue, but I also understand that this is an existing condition, so I'm a bit of a loss. Typically, when someone is not proposing work, it stands as is, and we're not building onto the backyard or anything. We're filling out a small corner of the existing footprint, but that's it. So I'm a little, I understand the confusion, but before this proposal was submitted, there didn't seem to be a great concern from the neighbors of all the other houses, including this one that had permeable backyards, but not meeting the bylaw. It just seems that now that there's a proposal in for development of the house, that the whole backyard then also has to be reconstructed.
Well, I think the neighbors, the notice says 0% soft landscaping, and they know soft landscaping affects drainage, and so they want you to comply, even though it perhaps what you have is just as effective as if it were 50% soft landscaping. So so what did the planning department say about your existing condition?
They haven't commented. Planning hasn't commented, but the zoning review from the building department, the zoning certificate review, does acknowledge it as an existing condition.
Yeah. Okay. Larry?
Yeah, I know we're all struggling with this one. The treatment in the current backyard, the agent suggests that it does in fact allow for water percolation through, and I think he's probably right. He did mention limestone screening, which isn't frankly the best material. 1/4-inch pea gravel is actually a whole lot better. But the fact that there is a gravel strip along the edge, which any runoff from that stone would be caught, I think, from by that. I'm reasonably satisfied that the backyard, while not meeting the bylaw, is in fact reasonably porous. One of the speakers alluded to the counselor writing a letter. Chair, I can't find anything in my material from the counselor.
I think the letter was received at 1 o'clock today.
Oh, and can someone just share with us what the content of that letter is?
Do we have the letter, or do you have the letter?
I think it's being pulled up. It's in the extremely late folder.
Yes, Yim?
Oh, I just like to add a comment because we always talk about the one of the rainwater control by permeable materials. In fact, the requirement for soft landscape is different. I think in the zoning bylaw, in the understanding of the planning department also, they do not define soft landscaping or can be replaced by permeable pavers anyway, because it's got to do with urban forestry, ecological, like with vegetations, rather than just stormwater management. So we cannot mix those two up. But sometimes we will, if they're short, they will at least ask for some permeable materials for stormwater management to help them. But it cannot be seen as replacement of soft landscaping. That's my comment.
Okay, so,
if I also make a comment, other than that, actually, it is a way, I think what they are proposing is actually quite interesting and modest. I have no problem with the addition. And I will also support the even the application with the lack of soft landscaping, because in place that we have permeable courtyard, maybe that's the best we can do with the existing condition.
so Zahir, I just want to read what the counselor's letter says. The second paragraph, the main paragraph, the community's key concern is with regard to the requested variance for 0% rear yard soft landscaping. The city's bylaw requires a minimum of 50% rear yard soft landscaping for this lot, and given the increase in adverse weather events we have and will continue to experience as a result of climate change, it is increasingly important that we hold property owners to this requirement. Failure to do so only serves to diminish the city's available tools and strategies to mitigate the adverse effects of severe weather. I urge the committee to strongly consider the concerns of local residents, the professional opinion of bylaw staff, and recommend refusal of this variance. Well, I don't believe we had an opinion of bylaw staff. So, certainly I don't think we have to consider the opinion of the counselor because he's got a conflict of interest. So, Zahir, you had something to say? You're muted again, Zahir.
Keeps going off. I'd like to concur with him because, unfortunately we have a circumstance, and this is one of the things that flagged my attention, and that was this particular variance. But it's an existing condition, and this is part of the dilemma with existing conditions. How do you deal with it? How do we require the homeowner to now dig up the entire paving? I think it would be in the homeowner's interest to actually alter some of the backyards so that they would have better drainage. But given that that may not happen, the photograph that was submitted in the supplementary package does show the existing condition with the gravel strip at the back. I would, apart from this particular variance, I think the application is quite supportable. I would like, I don't know if it's possible to add a note that the variance number 3, while we may approve the application in its entirety, including variance number 3, that this in no way indicates that there's an approval of a lack of landscaping. Because I wouldn't want
I think that's
other
variance
applicants
number
to
2.
think, oh, it's fine, Oh, sorry, variance number 2. I beg your pardon.
Larry, did you have some comments?
Yeah, I just back to, if we can, are we in committee? Can I just go back to the agent?
Yeah, go ahead. Ask him a question.
Mr. Cogan, so just looking at the photograph out the back window with the gravel strip at the rear, what does the backyard slope towards that gravel strip?
Yeah, I believe there's, let me just check the survey. I believe there is a positive slope towards the back, away from the house.
Okay. Again, if I was a builder and had a foundation, that's the way I would construct it, so that the water actually goes away from the foundation. Other than that, there is a slope gradually towards Bishop Street as a whole, I imagine.
Yeah, somewhere up the side, it'll switch directions, I believe.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. I just wanted to clarify that. That helps me with a little bit of comfort for the drainage from rainwater, that it actually goes towards that gravel strip.
Okay. Any further comments? Do we have a motion? Yim?
Yes, I will support this and I move for approval, although of course, we always like to see more soft landscaping. But I think in this case, because the addition is small, and I think maybe the request is not viable for this project. And still, I think that what they're asking for is more moderate, and I will in support with at 4th Street, condition number 2. Yeah.
Right, okay, do we have a seconder? Larry, all in favor? Have your approval, thank you. Number
Thank you.
30, 116 Darcy Street. Purpose of the application is to alter the existing two-story townhouse by constructing a two-story addition along the east wall of the dwelling and to construct a secondary suite within the basement. With this application, we have material submitted by the applicant and an 8-signature petition in support. Branko Mladenov.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir. Can we have your name
My-
and address
yeah.
for the record?
Yes, my name is Branko Mladenov. I'm the architect. My address is 314 Vaughan Road, Toronto.
Okay, can you just give us a very brief presentation because pardon me, there's no opposition. The other name here is the owner. So I'm going to take it into committee. Do you have anything to say to the panel before I take it into committee?
I think it's pretty straightforward. If you had any question.
Okay, thank you.
It's okay.
Panel, any questions? Peter?
No questions, but I'm happy to bring a motion. I think this is very straightforward. Just filling in a rear kind of slot in the lot, and the neighbor has already done that, so
Yeah.
it's not going to have any negative impacts on the neighbor. And we're just talking about an increase in FSI, which is relatively marginal, and no ensuing setback or depth variances. So I think it's very supportable. And I move a motion for approval with no conditions.
Seconder, Sahir, all in favor? Have your approval. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a nice day.
Number 31, 29 Forest Hill Road. Purpose of the application is to alter the existing 2.5-story detached dwelling by constructing a one-story side addition, a garage expansion, and a below-grade addition that will connect the existing dwelling to the detached garage. With this application, we have material submitted by the applicant, and we have a report from Urban Forestry and support from 23 and 42 Forest Hill Road. Mr. Wengel?
Yes, Mr. Chair, Richard Wengel. I'm the architect at 102 Avenue Road.
Okay. So, Mr. Wengel, perhaps you could give us a very brief presentation, because there's some issues here with respect to length, et cetera, that I believe would help.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Yes, if I could just ask for the city staff member just to bring up our presentation material. And we can just start on page number 2. It looks like there's a bit of, thank you. So this is a site plan. This is an existing home. It was built approximately 1919. We'd actually renovated this home for a previous client, and our new client has purchased this. The site is accessed by a driveway on the north end of the property. That's to the left, and it goes through a porte cochere, which is a little rectangle that's near the front entrance. And there's an existing garage at the back with a loft space in it, and between that and the house is a paved courtyard. Our intent is really to expand the garage a little bit southward. That would be to the right. You see shaded in gray. And then what we wanted to do was connect below the paved courtyard. There's going to be a sport court, an indoor sport court. So we're basically just taking out the paved courtyard, putting in a sport court. That will join then all of a sudden the house in the basement to the sport court and actually connect to the garage where we have a loft space office upstairs that we are just expanding slightly. So that will then contribute to the length of the house because it's all done underground. So essentially it will read as a coach house at the back as it always has been. The back of the house will read it the same as the back of the house, and just the length will be connected underground. And if you could just go to the next page. We've just done some prep work. These are just some density studies. We're asking for 0.61, well within the range of approvals in the area. And the next page is a length of dwelling. Again, now many of these are underground components. We've been involved in some of these, but in our case, our project is connected completely underground. So the physical length of the house stays the same. We're just connecting below grade. That it basically connects it and considers it one house. The south side of the lot is completely landscaped, and it accounts for almost 50% of the width of the lot. So there's lots of open space and drainage, and we will still be doing water control on the driveway through an area drain that will then go to a cistern system just for stormwater management on the property that will then get redistributed onto the lawn. And there's a big south side lawn. Then if we just go to the next page, you'll just see from that's a view from the street. The porte cocheres on the left. The green outline shows the existing basement and the overall house. And the next page is a south elevation. And sorry, it's a north elevation. It just shows the connection of the basement below the driveway that connects to the underside of the garage. And essentially what they're doing is putting in a sport court, like a squash court that has enough height. And I'm happy to answer any questions if the committee has any.
So I take it, Mr. Wengel, that this underground connection between the house and the garage has no parking. It's just for a sport court.
That's correct. That's why the garage is just being expanded. Right now they have an extra car that does fill up this courtyard. So that's why we are expanding the garage to the south. That's to the right. Behind us is an apartment building that backs on from Avenue Road, so there's no privacy concerns, and it just helps actually create a little more privacy into the backyard, having this structure extend southward as a garage.
Yes, Yim, you had a question?
Yeah, just a small question. You know, for the floors area, the below grade space, like the squash court and the addition, is it included in your total floor area?
No, it's not. It's sorry. It's not part of the calculable area.
Okay.
Because it's below grade. Yeah.
Oh, I see. So the 0.61 times is only to the of the house. It's got nothing to do. Okay. Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, Larry.
Yeah, just a question. I appreciate that the garage is an existing condition, but I did notice that the bylaw has a rear yard setback 14 meters, which is quite a large setback. And I just wondered, from your experience in this area, is it common to have no structures in the backyards of these homes?
No, it's actually a typical construction from the past where there'd be a coach house at the back. The 14-meter requirement is a result. It's a very deep property. It's approximately 55.79 meters long. So because I'm attaching the call it the accessory structure to the main house underground, it now counts in length, so therefore triggers the rear yard setback. So it's an existing setback of the existing coach house.
Right.
That backs onto the apartment building, and so that's why it triggers it, because it's connected underground.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. Any further questions? Do we have comments? Do we have a motion? Yes, Peter.
Thanks, Chair. I think that this is a supportable application. I mean, the majority of the work is underground, and I was slightly concerned about impervious surface, like basically underground impervious surface, but the ag grade portion is already impervious, and it is a large lot that does have significant soft landscaping on it. And I was happy to hear that there is some cistern water mitigation effort being made on site. So I do think that the variances are minor, given that basically the majority of them are triggered because of the underground connection between the house and the garage. So I move approval of this application, subject to urban forestry condition 2.
Right. Larry, you second that? All in favor? You have your approval, Mr. Wingle. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Number 32, 171 Dunvegan Road. Purpose of this application is to construct a new 3-story detached dwelling with an integral garage, a rear ground floor terrace, and a rear 3rd-story balcony. With this application, we have materials submitted by the applicant. We have a report from Urban Forestry, support from 169 Dunvegan Road, opposition from 173 Dunvegan Road. Mr. Gibson.
Green. My firm's address is 2100 40 King Street, West Toronto.
Okay, could we have, there is some opposition, so perhaps you could give us your presentation.
And sorry, I'm sorry, I am appearing on behalf of one of the people attending today in opposition. There might be a representative of the applicant on the line as well. I was unmuted, but I think perhaps the applicant should be speaking first.
Yes, well, I thought you were the applicant. Christy Gibson, please.
Hi, okay, I've just been unmuted again. This is Christy Gibson again. Sorry, once again, Mr. Chair, I'm counsel for one of the members of attending today in opposition.
Oh, no, we got the wrong person. We need Christy Gibson.
Yes, sir, sorry, that is me. I think that the applicant might have a representative. I know Mr. Wengel is the architect for this proposal, and I believe he just spoke to the last matter, so perhaps he is still on the line to speak to this one.
So who is, pardon?
Hi, Mr. Chair. It's Richard Wengel. David Bronskill is the appointed speaker. I'm just wondering if he is there or not.
Well, he's not on our list, so I don't know where he is.
Okay, well, I guess I can speak then. I'll do my best. He was so prepared. So perhaps if we can pull up our presentation material. And if we can go to
Mr. Wingle, please hold on for a second.
Yeah, hang on, Mr. Wingle. We're trying to see if we have Mr. Bronskill online. He's not on our list, so is Christy Gibson in Mr. Bronskill's office? Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is our proposal for a new 2.5-story dwelling. This is a typical package that we'll send you. The dark green outline is the existing home, and the black outlines that are hatched are representing the new dwelling. The red line represents the as-of-right length and depth and side yard. So essentially, most of our house fits within that realm, with the exception of a small portion of the second floor that you can see where that X'd out tree is just at the very back, with the small rectangle at the top of the red line. If we just scroll up towards the back, and you can see this tree in the middle that's taken out. That's a proposed one-story extension line that we're just going a bit beyond on the south side of the lot. So you can see the one-story extension that just projects out with an outdoor covered room. And below that, if you just scroll up further, is a terrace that extends out underneath the house to the extent of the permitted rear yard setback. That's actually allowing for a parking pad underneath it, which counts in length and depth and contributes to that. So essentially, we're bringing a car in at the driveway, ramping down, and providing parking underneath this terrace. If we can just go to the next page. These just have some extra dimensions on it that just show the building length as of right. I can come back to that in answering some of the questions later. Let's go to the next page. This is just a density map that we usually provide to the committee. Our site request is for 81.64, 0.8164, well within the range of other approvals that have been granted in the area. We can go to the next page. This is our there's our length and depth dwelling. We're asking for a length of depth, including the underground portion that's under the terrace at 29.36. And there's other houses within the vicinity that have been granted requests over this in the 32%. So this is well within the range again. And then to the next page. This is just showing our house. So measured from the established grade, we have a compliant house. We have a slight variance on the height in the old measurement because it's a downward sloping lot. So from the street to the back, it goes down approximately over 2.5 meters to the back. So the way the height is measured under the old bylaws, the average between the front and the back of the house that is deeper. So therefore we have a height variance request under the old bylaw, but under the new bylaw, we are compliant. And then we can just go to the next page, please. And this is just a rendering of the home. It's, as I said, 2.5-story home. The third floor is encapsulated within the roof with some dormers at the street. And then I guess I can answer any questions or wait to respond. Thank you.
Mr. Wengel, I take it that this has parking underground?
That's correct, Mr. Chair. So there's a single door entry with a ramp that leads to the underground portion of the parking, and that parking takes place in the back underneath the terrace.
Okay, and how far back does the house go in terms of depth and length above ground, and how much of it is underground?
So if we can go back to our presentation package, I will show you, we have some maps. I'll keep scrolling back. Okay, this is a good drawing right here. And you can see then if we start at the front on the first dimension, if we look at the depth of the building, it actually, of the second floor depth, is approximately 18.43 meters to, if you can just scroll towards the top a bit, we can see where the lines end. Yes. I'm just having trouble reading this because I'm on an iPad. I wasn't prepared to be on this, but the actual red line of the back represents the 17-meter mark, the horizontal red line. And you'll see our second floor and ground floor, including a bay that's at the second floor, goes to approximately 18.43 meters. The other dimension is the ground floor where the one-story extension, it has a length of approximately 23 meters. So if you go to the tree, if someone can just put their cursor on the tree that's X'd out and just extend back to the extent of the one-story section, it goes right to the, where it says terrace. Just scroll up and just put your cursor on the terrace where it says terrace. There's a horizontal line of the one-story. So that horizontal line of the one-story section is right there, and that's approximately 23 meters. And then the terrace extends beyond for a total length, I'm sorry, I just have to scroll up a bit, for a total length of approximately, sorry, it's just hard to read when they're moving it on here. I'll just get it better from my stats. So for a total length of 45 meters inclusive of the underground terrace. So that's on top of the terrace that's there. So that goes to the rear yard setback line. So for example, if this were, because it's a drop-off lot, if I just filled this with soil, this terrace, this wouldn't be a variance. It's allowed to be there as of right. But because I'm using the space underneath it for vehicle parking, etc., it now counts in length and depth.
So, Mr. Wengel, you said underground terrace. I don't understand what you mean.
So
I thought the parking was under the terrace.
that's correct. So because it has a use, it counts in length and depth. But as a terrace is really a paved surface over grade, meaning if I had retaining walls to level out the lot, so because this lot drops off several meters below the finished floor, what I'm doing is instead of building up a retaining wall and filling it with soil and putting a flagstone patio, underneath the patio, I've elected to put the parking. So physically, it would still be there, whether there's something underneath it or not, but because I've elected to put the parking underneath it, it now counts as part of the building length and depth. But had I not chosen to put anything underneath it and just filled it with soil and put a flagstone deck there, there would be no variance on that portion of the building.
Okay, thank you. Yim, you had a question?
And beyond that, the garage or the is there a swimming pool or what is it?
Yes. So if we can scroll towards the top of the page, there's an existing pool. Well, we go to the next back on site plan. We have a smaller site plan that shows everything. There should be one more. You just go back. Oh, it's not. There we go. There. Yes. So you can see at the on the right-hand side, there's a pool that sort of has some octagonal shapes to it. That's an existing pool that will be rebuilt in the same spot. So essentially this terrace overlooks the pool. And you can see just from the grade at the very back where the pool, it says 161.81. That's in meters above sea level. And the grading at the front of the house is approximately 163.67. So it's over a 2 meter drop, 2.2 meter drop. That's almost 7 feet of drop from the front of the house to the back of the house.
Oh, okay. I just would like to understand, you said that you could be building the swimming pool, but what is the proposed soft landscaping? Because you said that above the garage is going to be patio, right? Going to
That's
be
correct.
hard surface.
So
do you have any soft surface that you propose?
The soft landscaping in the rear yard is at 82%. 82.6% is my rear yard soft landscape open space, and the requirement is 75. And the rear yard landscape open space is at 79%, because the pool actually does count in the landscape open space.
It's it's counted as a soft landscaping?
Yes.
Oh,
open space, yeah. Yeah, because it absorbs water. The pools themselves have the ability to take on up to 6 inches of water before they overflow from their overflow.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Larry?
Thanks, Jared. I just was looking at the south elevation, and it shows what I think is your covered outdoor room.
Yes.
So does that have, it looks like it has walls and windows. Is that, or is it open?
It's an open space. There's a barbecue wall. And one of the things that we had talked about the neighbor to the south was to mitigate also any overviews, to put in a privacy screening on top of the terrace, as well as landscaping down the side. And again, that same would hold to the neighbor to the north for privacy concerns. So we want to make sure that we can maintain our privacy and guarantee their privacy.
Great. So I don't want to belabor the length point, but if you measured the length of the house from the front wall to the back of that outdoor room, how many meters would that be?
So we have to go back again to one of the pages. Again, because I don't have my presentation material with me because I thought Mr. Bronskill was doing this. We just go back to the page that had all the lengths on it. Right there. So, so there's a dimension. It's very hard for me because there's a tab here. I'm just trying to remove on my pad. I'd have to just do some quick math, I'm afraid, because I have like the translation, the sort of the wording keeps blocking it on my iPad that keeps translating my voice. I have to keep moving it. So approximately, we're about 4 meters back from the terrace, and the terrace projects 10 meters past the length of the second floor. So it's approximately a 6-meter length past the main wall of the building.
Yeah, so I'm just trying vainly, I suspect, to get a sense of if that were included in the length of the house, what would your overall length be, and how would that relate to what the permitted length would be?
So if we just scroll down a bit towards the back, I can just add that up quickly. So yeah. Just a little bit more. Okay. So our length of our house is 18.43 meters. And if I add another 6 meters to that, I'm going to be about 24 to 24.5 meters, I'll say, because I just can't get all the information on this iPad from here, but approximately 24.5 meters.
Right, so about 5 meters less than the total length variance you're requesting because of the
I'd say 4 meters less, 4 meters less, because there's a dimension. If we just scroll back up again, just a little towards the top, you can see there's a dimension from the very back of the, it shows a 4 meter depth from the back of the terrace to the face of the outdoor covered room.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Peter?
Thanks, Chair. I understand that the terrace is covering the garage area, and you've been calling that underground, and I get why that's called that. But can you tell me the height? You're standing on the rear part of the terrace, and how high above the backyard are you? Is it 10.5 feet, 12 feet?
You're approximately 12'6" at the deepest in the middle of the yard, where it's the biggest depression.
Okay, thanks.
All right, so is the next speaker Christy Gibson? Do we have her? I know, but we have 2 names here, Christy Gibson and Jesse White. So.
Hi, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
I've just been unmuted by your colleague. You had asked earlier whether I'm from Mr. Bronskill's firm. Now that I've been unmuted, I can confirm for you that I'm not from his firm. And I am here today on behalf of Maureen and David Green, who are my clients. And my firm's address is 2140 King Street West, Toronto.
Right, and what's your name?
Christy Gibson.
Okay.
Gibson, yep. Initial C.
Okay, so would you go ahead, please?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Before I start my presentation, can I actually ask you to bring a copy of the applicant's plans to the screen? I believe that's in tab D. And I'm looking for page 2. Thank you. So my clients are the owners and residents for about 30 years of 173 Dunvegan, which abuts the north lot line of 171 Dunvegan. You already have our letter of objection, and today I wish to draw your attention to 3 variances that my clients take particular issue with. I'm also going to address new materials that were provided by the proponent after the submission of our letter. In our submission, variances 1, 2, and 3 fail the test under the Planning Act and should not be approved. These variances, which seek a building length and depth nearly double that which is permitted, and an FSI more than double that which is permitted, are anything but minor. Turning to the plans, which have actually just gone blank on my screen for a moment there, but I'm hoping that the committee can still see it. There, thank you. So I wish to draw your attention to the large terrace and covered outdoor room, which you've already taken note of at the rear of the property. But in particular context with my client's property at the left on these plans. You can see the southeast corner at the top right of number 173. The proposed building will extend 11 meters or 36 feet beyond the end of my client's house, as we've been informed by the applicant. Mr. Chair, can I ask now that you go to the last slide in this deck, it shows still in Plan D. Back one document, so back to document D. Yes, and then at the very last page of this. So what you'll see here is the north elevation. So this will be, another slide, please. To the very, very bottom of this document. Thank you. So you can see here the north elevation, which would be the view of the house from my client's property. In this elevation, you can see that the basement garage extends to the rear of the property and is above ground due to the slope of the property to the rear. The terrace sits atop the blank slab of the basement at a height of approximately 3.66 meters or 12 feet, as the applicant informed earlier. These variances result in an at-grade basement that extends significantly beyond its neighbors' houses, with an oversized terrace on top that directly looks into my client's rear yard and house. My clients are concerned about the negative impact on enjoyment of their property, and specifically related to privacy and overlook concerns generated by the elevated terrace, as well as concerns arising from being adjacent to a 3.66 meter tall slab extending 11 meters back from the end of their house. In light of the materials submitted by the applicant after our letter was filed, I wish to address OP policy on the meaning of immediate context, which is something that I don't believe that the applicant raised in his submissions. Policy 4.1.5H emphasizes that proposed development within a neighborhood will be materially consistent with the prevailing physical character of properties in both the broader and immediate contexts, and defines immediate context, as you know, as properties that face the same street as the proposed development in the same block and the block opposite the proposed development. It also notes that, quote, in instances of significant differences between these two contexts, the immediate context will be considered to be of greater relevance, end quote. Indeed, the proponent may be able to demonstrate material consistency within a broader context, but we would submit that they're unable to do so within the immediate context. If we're able to go back to the presentation materials, which are tab E4C, and scroll down to the neighborhood, thank you. So the first one here is with respect to density, and there's only one property with a density variance that is great or greater that appears within the immediate context, and that is on a property that has a different relationship to its neighbors based on the lot shape and size. And on the next page, regarding the comparison of length approvals in the immediate neighborhood, I actually see none. The closest would appear to be a corner lot immediately across the street, but facing another street, as it turns out. And that property appears to have much greater site depth. And indeed, Mr. Reed referenced a corner lot as being unique for allowing a greater building depth earlier in this session for the application at 197 Virginia Avenue. Without precedent in the immediate neighborhood, I would suggest that this application should fail the Planning Act test. Mr. White's client has also submitted something in writing to this committee, and I believe he's also going to be speaking. My client does support the position that is taken by his clients. Although we're seeking refusal, if the committee decides to approve the application, we would seek a condition of screening to a minimum height of 1.5 meters on the north side of the rear terrace, also including the north side of the covered outdoor room, which would actually be a similar condition to the one that this committee included in its decision at its last meeting on May 18th for 177 Manning Avenue. Thank you very much for your time. I'd be pleased to address any comments or questions that you may have for my clients.
Any questions, panel? Right. Jesse White.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. Can everybody hear me? It says I've been unmuted.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Great, thank you. So I'm White, W-H-I-T-E, first initial J, from 40 King Street West, Suite 5800. I'm representing a client, concerned member of the neighborhood. I don't want to take up too much more of your time. I see that we've already ran over the 3:30 next round of things for you to be jumping onto, and my colleague Christy Gibson has already spoken to some of the issues. We just wanted to raise some brief comments that are kind of deep-rooted concerns with the minor variances being sought for this property. Specifically variances 1, 2, and 3 in the application. So those are the ones that deal with the building length, building depth, and then the floor space index as a result of that. And it's our submission that these 3 requested variances do not meet at least 2 of the 4 tests in the Planning Act. The Planning Act test for a minor variance. So they fail to maintain the intent and purpose of the official plan, which I'll go over very briefly, and they are not desirable for appropriate development in the area. The variances fail these tests because they propose to destroy one of the most significant tall trees in the neighborhood, which I would invite the committee to look at that tree it's tree number 3 in the arborist report, which I believe is E4A. And on page 3 of this report, you can see the tree here. It's a large, mature, white spruce, 48 centimeters in diameter, quite tall, quite full. And the direct consequence of the requested variances 1 through 3 would permit a building to occupy the space that this tree is currently occupying. This would push the sort of at grade, not at grade parking garage would be pushed through this space, and this tree would no longer be able to exist as it currently exists. The intent of the purpose of the Planning Act, or sorry, not the Planning Act, of the official plan, is focused on preservation of exactly this kind of tree. So I wanted to bring to the committee's attention policies 3.1.1.16 and 3.1.2.1 sub E. These are mentioned in the letter that was sent to the committee on Friday. I believe you might not have received it until Tuesday after the long weekend. And I won't make you dig through the policy or through the letters right now to go to them. I'll just highlight quickly the salient points from these policies in the official plan are setting out a clear intent by the city to preserve long-term growth and increase tree coverage, not decrease tree coverage in the city. The words preserving existing mature trees wherever possible are the words in the sub E of that one policy. The variances we're dealing with here today look to expand the footprint of 171 in a way that does not attempt to preserve the trees. And this is directly contrary to the intent of the policies, and so I would submit to you that this fails on one of the 4 tests. Second, variances are not desirable for appropriate development when we consider City Council's consistent targeting to achieve a 40% canopy or a 40% canopy cover of trees in these residential neighborhoods. And that's what the City Council has targeted through things like the 2018 tree canopy study, the Strategic Forest Management Plan, the Transform TO Net Zero plan or strategy. With a 40% cover of canopy target, destroying one of these most significant large covering trees in the area goes again directly against what would be desirable for planting in the area. So there's no justification. It's not justified or justifiable to destroy this tree. So these variances that would directly cause the destruction of this tree, again, don't meet that test of the Planning Act. And as the committee is aware, that the tests each are individually crucial. A failure of one of the tests should be fatal to an application, to any application. There's a number of fatal issues in this application. We would submit the ones I've quickly highlighted and those stated by my colleague just before I was speaking. So I would urge the committee to not approve variances 1 through 3. That's the balance of my comments. So I'll invite you to look at the letter or the tree in the arborist report if you haven't, for your consideration, and I'll take any questions the committee might have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. White. Mr. Wengel?
Oh, Mr. Chair, if I could just,
Sorry,
before you, no worries, before you, I didn't catch Mr. White, what property he was representing, so I must have missed it in his preamble.
No, I don't think you missed it. He didn't disclose the name, but said a nearby neighbor.
Oh, is he willing to tell us? I guess not. I'm just wondering how directly affected his client is by this development.
With my apologies, committee member Clay. I don't have instructions to disclose who my client is, but it is somebody in the neighborhood who is concerned and obviously affected by this matter.
Okay, great, thank you.
Yes, Jim.
Yes, I have a question actually to the previous speaker, I think Ms. Gibson, representing 173. I just would like to understand the site, her client's site, because it's a significant job. So I just want to know if we're standing behind the house in the backyard, what level of their backyard is in relation to the proposed site.
Thank you, Ms. Chan. I believe I've understood your question properly, but please let me know if I haven't. Could we please go to tab D?
Yeah, I just want to test what the impact is, right? Because the job of the site is quite significant. It's almost a floor. I'm just thinking whether it's on your client's property, whether you are at the same slope as the proposed slope.
Yes, so my client's property also slopes downwards towards the rear. And you can see that, and this is, thank you to whoever put this panel up. This is very helpful. So you can see the, what I believe is a family room or an extension of the house on what's being called the ground floor, which has the windows partway back on the terrace. So everything more or less from where you see, I believe it's called the second floor there, from that second floor wall, if you were to draw a line down to the ground, everything left of there on this elevation is extending to the east of my client's property. And you can see also the grade elevation, which is shared with my client's property on the north side. So you can see that what's called the basement, which holds the garage, it does extend to, it would be in effect a walkout basement if it were to house something other than a garage. And so you can see that it is above grade at the rear, and it is of a height of approximately 3.66 meters, and it extends 11 meters back from the rear of my client's property. So my client in their rear yard will have, if this proposal goes forward, will have a terrace that is elevated by 3.66 meters that will overlook their backyard, only 1.5 meters away from the lot line. And the elevation of the terrace will be greater than, of course, any permitted height of a fence. And so the terrace will have a direct overlook into my client's rear yard. And indeed, I would submit if somebody were to be standing on the terrace, they would be able to look into the rear windows of my client's property as well.
Thank you very much. I think you answered exactly my concern. I just will understand the impact on your client's property. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you.
Just to the same same individual, if I may. So the wall below the terrace, that would presumably be, if I'm not incorrect, a blank wall that would be basically facing your client's backyard?
Yes, that's correct. And so that extension of 11 meters of blank wall would be 1.5 meters away from my client's property and would extend 11 meters, taking up, I believe, approximately half of my client's backyard, with what is in effect a slab. So that is one of the concerns, the basement slab that is extending and quite imposingly on my client's property. And then the second piece of it is privacy and overlook concerns of the terrace. And of course that might be mitigated in part by some privacy screening, but of course the FSI and the building length and depth, when taken together, will result in a building that is quite substantial and quite imposing upon my client's property, even if there is some privacy screening placed on the terrace.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Well, Ms. Gibson, is there any consideration of covering the back wall with trees or bush hedges or something of that sort to cover it up? Because it seems to me that not only is there overlook, but there's this blank wall that your client's going to be facing because of the topography.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have had some discussions with the applicant, trying to secure some privacy measures and some landscaping measures that would go in between the properties, but we've been unable to secure anything to date, and so we are appearing here before you in opposition, without any confirmation that those types of measures would take place, or that even if they did take place, that they would mitigate my client's concerns sufficiently. And I should just reiterate that a building of this length and depth in FSI is out of keeping with the character of the immediate neighborhood, and so it's not as though my client has on their north side a property that is the same, or that my client's property indeed does the same thing as what is proposed here.
But your talks are ongoing, is that correct?
Well, we've made some attempts to get confirmation that there would be measures taken, and that those measures would be sufficient. We've been told that, and perhaps the applicant wishes to address this as well. I don't intend to put words in his mouth. I only wish to relay what my client has told me in her discussions with the applicant, which is that I understand that the owner, the intended owner, or the current owner of the proposed development here intends to have privacy screening for their own purpose, as well as to ensure privacy for my client. We've been unable to secure any confirmation of that in terms of what that might look like, or the sufficiency of that to address the concerns. So that's with respect to the terrace piece. We've received no confirmation whatsoever about landscaping on the lot line. There are no ongoing talks, unfortunately, and everything that has been raised has actually been raised by my client. We've not been approached by the applicant with respect to trying to mitigate any of these concerns. They have only kind of responded to us, indicating that at some point, they intend to do a few things along the lot line, along the terrace for their own client's sake, as much as for ours. So we attend here with our list of concerns about this very large house that's going in next to ours, because there appears to be very little that my client is that we've been able to secure with the applicant in our discussions. Of course, if the applicant wished to seek an adjournment of this matter so that we could have some discussions about this and potentially see a revised submission to this committee, we would be happy to support that and to engage in further discussions.
All right, let's go to Mr. Wengel.
And his generator has cut out twice on him. So I do apologize. So that's why you're hearing me instead of Mr. Bronskill, who could probably answer more questions to the Planning Act much better than I could. I'd just like to maybe go back to the site plan to begin with. And I would like to just address Mr. White's discussion about the tree. Maybe we can just go to our presentation color material, please. That would be better, please. Thank you. And the tree in question is one that you see in the middle of a house that's sitting in the as-of-right location of a permitted as-of-right envelope. And although, again, it's sad to have it removed, it can't sterilize a lot in that there's lots of places that we will be able to replace with other trees at the prescribed ratio. Urban forestry doesn't have an issue with this tree. If they did, we would hear from them, but they don't because it's in the as-of-right location. So that's one thing we can certainly mitigate and deal with. Insofar as the neighbors, again, I apologize. I was out of town when there were discussions between one of my associates and the Greens next door, but I can confirm that should this be approved, that we will definitely be able to put screening on top of the terrace to any height that the Greens or the clients to the neighbors to the north feel is appropriate, whether it's 1.5 meters or 1.8 meters, whatever they feel is comfortable for them, I can guarantee that would be appropriate. And insofar as the setback between the two properties on the north side and the south side, we have room for landscaping to mitigate the wall. And so hence, if we were to put up hedging, normally we start off with hedges at 2.4 to 2.5 meters as cedars typically for privacy. And that's something we could do that would certainly help to screen the wall and its appearance along the side of the property. In addition to a fence, we'd have to have a 1.8 meter fence. Because there's a pool, we would have to have our own privacy as well. So we could definitely plant within there to help minimize its impact. If we can just go back to the density map, and then I would like to just address the discussion about the neighborhood, because that's the length. We'll come back to that in a moment. Actually, we'll stay on the length. Now we're on. It was just sort of, talking about what's the immediate context. Immediate context is not 1 or 2 doors away. It's, to me, as an architect, it's the neighborhood. And the neighborhood doesn't have to be 10 blocks. It could just be a 1 minute or 2 minute walk within a radius. And if we look around, there are several houses within 3 to 4 houses that have been approved at higher densities by this committee, much higher than that. And I believe that that context is real. That is the neighborhood, not just one house beside each other. I mean, this plethora of approvals is showing a direction of development. This is not a static neighborhood. It is undergoing transformation, and there is an intensity certainly, and it's certainly noted in this area that this is kind of what is happening in the area, and not to be isolated and say change doesn't happen. A lot of the density in this house is happening within the 3rd floor in this roof. This roof will be there regardless, and so the density is somewhat lower when I remove the space from the 3rd floor. It's in the 70s. In terms of percentages, but it just reads a bit higher because I'm using the space within the attic. If we go to the next drawing, which is the length of dwelling, again, for context, you'll see just below the street, just south of Hillholm, 2 doors down, there's another site. That's one that we were involved when we renovated a house. We did exactly the same thing where we actually have a terrace at the back. It's a drop-off walkout lot, same topographic condition, where we did put a driveway down the side that goes underneath its terrace, and the terrace extends out, and that was approved at 32.09. So not to say that the corner lot that she was describing was one that is not appropriate, but the one that I just finished a few years ago, just at number 161, which is just, or 150, sorry, it's just the second one below Hillholm, you'll be able to see that length of dwelling is identical. In fact, it's a little bit more, and it's the same kind of condition. All of these other ones are very similar. We've done maybe a dozen in the last 3 years where we have drop-off lots. We just finished one last spring, and we just on 88 Kilberry, and we have one on Dunvegan, just down the street from here that was approved at 31.16 in 2019. So these are ones that are very common. It's solving a parking issue. You know, many people come with more than one vehicle these days. On 50-foot lots, it's not desirable, and even 60-foot lots to have double car garage doors with two, double lane driveways. A single door going into a garage that can then accommodate vehicles underneath is really the desired way of handling the parking these days. And again, it's a very common design choice for us. So again, I think we can address the privacy in terms of landscaping and screening. And again, those discussions can continue with my office, with me personally, as I'm now back in town. And again, that could be something that if the committee decides to approve this, that I would make certain that we are able to reach out to the neighbors, and certainly I would ask them to add a condition to provide screening on the terrace at a minimum of 1.5 meters on both sides with landscaping along both walls. And then other than that, I think this is very typical of a lot of the projects that we have brought forth to this committee over the last 5 to 7 years. I don't see it being any different, other than we do have a bit of a drop off, and we're doing everything we can to mitigate that. I think the density and the length speak within the volume of applications that we have done, the committee has heard, that are being deemed to be reasonable. With planning support, there's no opposition from planning, nothing from urban forestry. I do believe it does pass the 4 tests. And I'm happy to answer any questions of the committee.
Mr. Wengel, I think you've pinpointed the problem that I see as a drop-off on the lot makes that wall that the greens would be facing underneath the terrace seems to me to be quite a high wall. And I don't quite remember the height of the hedges that you said you're going to put there, but would they actually cover that entire wall right up to the terrace?
I think they would cover probably 2, if you were able to get cedars at 12 feet, I would say yes. But the question that I have right now is it's difficult to ensure that you can get cedars at 12 feet. Cedars at 8 to 10 feet are around, and I know you can do that because we've just ordered them from my daughter's house with the same condition. So they're readily available. Again, this house will be built, the landscaping goes in last, so things may change, but again, the cedar trees typically grow a couple feet every few years. So within a few years, for sure, it would cover up if they're allowed to grow to that height. I think that's the best we can do to mitigate. I can't put a guarantee that you can buy a 12-foot cedar. That's why we can't agree on a size, but certainly we can put in large trees to start that could be like 8 to 10 feet. And I think those are available, and put them as a wall, and they'll grow nicely against the wall for sure.
All right, Mr. Wengel, would you or your client be opposed to either a deferral or a condition to be so that the neighbor can be satisfied that they will not be facing a blank wall, and there will be something that is agreeable to them?
I would definitely put it in as a condition so that we can continue to work with the neighbors. And I know Mr. Greeny is actually a former client from many, many years ago, but I'm happy to speak with him, and I've spoken with him on other projects in the neighborhood, and I can continue discussions and hopefully satisfy Mr. and Mrs. Green.
So would you be agreeable to a condition that says that you're going to discuss and reach an agreement to the satisfaction of the Greens?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I think that would be appropriate.
Okay. Ms. Gibson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just checking with my client right now to see if that would assist. She's informing me that this is actually the wrong, a different Green family, and so this is not actually a family that Mr. Wengel has worked with in the past. Sorry, you'll have to forgive me. I'm still waiting on text messages from my client, just with respect to whether or not that condition would be helpful to her.
All right, we will come back to you, but I think some other panel members have some questions or comments. So feel free to break in when you have an answer, but we'll come back to you in any event. So Yin, did you have a question?
Oh, I was asking Mr. Rangel about the suggestion of a deferral by Ms. Gibson. The same question you asked, but I'm not thinking about giving it as conditions. If we are in committee, I have some couple comments.
Okay, well, we're not quite, all right. So, okay, let's go into committee and with the proviso that we will come out when we hear from Ms. Gibson, and maybe we'd have to speak to Mr. Wengel again in order to fashion a condition or a deferral. Okay, so Yim, you have some comments?
Yes, I have a couple of comments, and I think that of course, the length is my key focus here, and they're asking for the basement extension is quite substantial. It's over 12 meters. In my opinion, this is only a technical basement. In fact, physically, it's standing 12 feet above ground, especially where it wants to extend itself, right? So I think that this creates quite an impact to the neighbor and the expense of giving this large extension. I can support a proposal, maybe extending 5 meters out. That's where they have the pavilion. But then I think this is really too significant and create too much of impact to the next door neighbor, which is on the north side, right? So I don't agree. I will not support it as it is. But if they want to have a deferral, I'll support a deferral.
Okay, so here.
To some degree, I'd like to concur with Yim. I think it almost strikes me as if this is an iceberg structure that seems to have emerged in the back. And to some degree, I'm very concerned about this notion of building massive underground structures now. And in this particular case, it's forcing an extension to such a degree that the neighbor is going to be facing this gigantic blank wall. So I have difficulty supporting, I would have difficulty supporting this application.
Yes, Larry, do you have some comment?
Sure, I'm going to be a little contrary here. I'm not as fussed as my colleagues are over this application. I think it's a very well designed renovation. We've seen, frankly, this committee has seen very similar proposals before us and in the past. The difference is the underground garage, which does extend. But I look at it more broadly in the context of the neighborhood. And this is a neighborhood which is characterized by very large lots, very large homes. And in that broader context, I frankly don't see this proposal out of character with what is in place right across the neighborhood. I think with some screening as proposed and suggested by the applicant, I think that any kind of impact on the adjacent neighbor can be reasonably mitigated. I did note that the immediate neighbor also has a very large lot with a very large backyard. I just don't think, in my view, that it would have the negative impact that is being suggested, particularly given the applicant's willingness to sit down and have a discussion about measures that could mitigate both overlook and sort of that blank wall. So I think in the context of what is in the neighborhood is what is happening to the neighborhood, I don't think this is out of character, and I can support it with those conditions and the provisions for discussions to deal with the mitigation matters.
Peter?
Thanks, Chair. I have serious concerns with this project, and they're all basically triggered by the topography and the drop off. I think the length and depth of the basement make the basement not be a basement at the back. It is by definition, but in reality, it's not. It's 12 feet above the ground at the rear, and the outdoor room, even though it's an outdoor room, reads like an extension of the house, and that's already 5 meters past or 6 meters past what's permitted. And so I think all in all, I'm agreeing with Yim and Zahir that the impacts of these length and depth variances are massive and not supportable.
Mr. Chair, it's Christy Gibson again. I'm sorry, I don't have any ability to control when I'm muted or unmuted, but I know you'd asked me to come back when I was unmuted with a response from my client.
Yes.
Would now be an appropriate time?
Yes, please.
Thank you. So I've been able to confirm with my client that the addition of that condition of a discussion to reach agreement with or to the satisfaction of my clients is not something that we can support. We would still be seeking refusal, or if there is a deferral, we would be supporting a deferral so that there's an opportunity to discuss with the proponent. We have a number of concerns with some of the measures that have been suggested on this very call, or sorry, at this very hearing, in terms of mitigation. For instance, whether a tree can grow to 12 feet in height within 1.5 meters, within that 1.5 meter setback. So that's all that I'll say about that.
Okay. I share Peter's concern, and I think the big thing here is, as Peter said, the drop-off, because the wall is, the basement is no longer a basement, as he says. There's 12 feet above the ground, and it looks to me very difficult to mitigate. So I'm in the hands of whoever wants to bring a motion, whether it's for a deferral or a refusal or approve, whatever. Yim?
So what do you want? So I have a motion for deferral. Is anyone interested in that? No. So I have a motion for refusal.
Okay. Peter, you second that motion? All right. All in favor of a motion? All right. And Larry, you're dissenting? Okay. 4-1 for refusal. This went on so long, my computer went to sleep. Okay. Brandon, it's, am I, just a minute. You said they were open, but do I just click on here?
You didn't close, oh, you closed it. Yeah, you can just click on that. But if you want to close the window that you just brought up.
Where do I go?
And you just
Here?
So close that because you've opened it up in the
Here?
Yeah. So if you right click on it, you can open it in Adobe.
Which one? Is this the one? Is this the?
I think that's the one. Try right clicking on it again. There you go. Nope.
No?
No. Too quick to the draw. Right click on that again. There you go. And just hover over open with.
Open with.
There you go, you got it. And then deactivate that PC.
Okay.
Item 33.
Yep, okay. Here we are finally at item 33, 72 Farnham Avenue. The purpose of the application is to permit the front porch and staircase of the detached dwelling as well as a front yard parking pad to remain as constructed. With this application, we have materials submitted by the applicant. We have correspondence from Transportation and 6 form letters in support. Mr. Rendell? Mr. Rendell, is Mr. Rendell with us?
Muted. It's Martin Rendell, sir.
Yes. Okay, can we have your address, sir?
35 Dunvegan Drive, Toronto.
Okay, so I think that we don't need a presentation. Before I take it into committee, do you have anything you want to say to the panel?
No, I think, sir, it's a straightforward application. The client now has a license. Yeah, let's pause on this photograph. The client now has a licensed front yard parking pad, which means part of it's on private property, part of it is on the municipal boulevard. The client simply, with respect to the parking space, wants to move it entirely onto private property, so it moved forward in that existing paved area. So the streetscape really doesn't change, and you see on the photographs here, and as I described in my letter, front yard parking is incredibly common on Farnham, and is the way people deal with parking. The other variances deal with the existing front porch and the front stairs projecting into the minimum required setback. The minimum required building setback is 0.9 meters. The porch and stairs align with the current side yard setback of the house, which is 0.62 meters. So that's an existing condition. It maintains the existing side yard and the setback. And again, with respect to the front yard parking space, it's a current condition. The variance would allow the parking space to be located entirely on private property. Happy to answer any questions if there are any.
All right, panel, any questions? Okay, we have comments or a motion? Yes, Peter.
Thanks. I think this is supportable. It's a very common situation in this area, and particularly on this street. And I think that the fact that the driveway has been constructed relatively narrowly compared to adjacent properties makes it more desirable as well. So I move approval of the application with no conditions.
All right, we have a seconder to hear. All in favor? Have your approval, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next application is number 34, 355 to 357 St. John's Road. The purpose of the application is to alter the existing 3-story apartment building by converting a portion of the existing basement at 357 St. John's Road into a 1-bedroom dwelling unit. A total of 10 dwelling units will be provided. With this application, we have material submitted by the applicant. Mr. Ray.
Mr. Ray, can you hear us? Mr. Alan Ray, can you hear us? Through you, Mr. Chair, I tried to contact the agent several times. If possible, move to the next item, and then I will try again.
Okay. Let's move on to number 3547 Parkdale Road. The purpose of this application is to construct a new 3-story detached dwelling with a 2nd-story front balcony, a 1st-story front deck, and a deficiency of 1 parking space. With this application, we have material submitted by the applicant and 2 letters of interest or concern from 49 and 26 Parkdale Road. Lindsay Bruce.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. This is Joel Tanner with Simple Design Studio, and Lindsay Bruce here, my colleague, is here as well.
Okay. Can we have your address, sir?
Most definitely. Our work address here is 1515 Colburn Street in Hamilton, Ontario.
Okay. So we're going to give the 2 of you 5 minutes, and because we have another party in interest. So would you go ahead with your presentation?
Not a problem at all. Thank you so much, Chair. This is a proposal for a new single-family home here at 47 Parkdale Road. What we are trying to do here is create a design aesthetic and an overall physical massing that blends in with the existing streetscape of Parkdale Road right now. The clients have lived there for several years and will continue to live there for several years once the home is constructed and they move in. If we could roll through to page 2 of our documentation, just overlying the planning framework of the proposal. We are nothing really to dive into here. Page number 3 is an overall snapshot of the existing building form. So there's a highlighted number 47, which is the existing structure we're looking to remove and replace with the new proposed single-family dwelling. If we can go to the next slide, please. The proposed dwelling is in similar form and similar location of the existing dwelling. We are looking to add a partial 3rd floor with knee walls to get additional living space. And we're also looking to do a fairly extensive subterranean rear patio for utmost privacy for the neighbors, as in addition to the owners of 47 Parkdale Road, who are our clients. Next slide, please. First requested variances is related to FSI. The allowable is 0.6. We are proposing a 0.89, inclusive of the main floor, the 2nd floor, and the 3rd floor. I'd like to note that we do have the staircases included on all 3 floors, which is standard requirement. And on the 3rd floor, we've also included the attic spaces within that FSI regulation. Next slide, please. Requested variance number 2 is the front yard setback. So we're looking at a proposal of 3.45 meters, which is to the projected sidewalls to give that front porch privacy for 47 Parkdale residents as well as the neighboring residences. The measurement to the actual front of the dwelling, that front wall with windows and doors and that entry vestibule, is actually sitting at 4.65, so it is compliant the way that the zoning bylaw states documentation. We're sitting at 3.45. Next slide, please. Variance number 3 is regards to the side yard setback. We're actually improving the existing side yard setback condition, but we are still encroaching on the allowable. The allowable is 0.45. We're proposing 0.27. Next slide, please. Requested variances number 4 and 5 relate to the overall maximum height of the building. Allowable is 10 meters. We're sitting at 11, in addition to the driver on the overall architectural form and schematic is such that we are looking for a variance for the side walls, which are greater than 7.5 meters on 100% of the total width of all front walls and rear main walls. Next slide, please. These are neighboring front elevations, which are actually on the opposing side of the street. And so what you're seeing here is elevated main floor entries, in addition to a full 3rd floor terrace on a lot of those homes. That's really what drove the vernacular for the more modernized form for 47 Parkdale. We just wanted to use this image to show you how it is in keeping with the streetscape, and it is not going to dominate the streetscape. Next slide, please. Variances 6 and 7 are related to the encroachments of the platforms. Both platform for the main floor, which is the entry-level platform, as well as a second floor roof canopy. That second floor roof canopy for building code compliancy, for safety and egress, for fire protection. We do need to use that balcony as fire egress from the third floor. And that is what is creating that encroachment and that variance for both variances number 6 and number 7. Next slide, please. Requested variance number 8 is related to softscaping. Again, the neighbor, what we're trying to do is really maximize privacy for 47 Parkdale residences in this rear yard. So what you're actually looking at in that white zone is a fully sunken patio at basement level, as opposed to building the patio at grade level. It's an architectural design element that the owners are very, very keen on, because we actually put the living space of the home on the basement level. Because of the reduced overall building footprint, we're only allowed to able to accommodate a kitchen and a dining room, as well as an entry on that main floor. So we're really trying to maximize the use of the property for the owners and maximize the privacy of the neighboring dwellings. I do want to note that we could quite easily look at using a permeable paver in that sunken patio, which is about 42.1 square meters, which does help to deal with water infiltration and exfiltration off of the property. Next slide, please. Variance number 9 relates to an existing site condition, which is going to continue to be legal non-conforming. So they have been parking there for a number of years as they've been living on the street. It's a very consistent issue on the entire vernacular of the street. So again, we are seeking relief from the overall parking bylaw. Next slide, please. Variances 10, 11 are related to the front yard landscaping. We're actually keeping the proposed porch within the existing confines of the existing front porch. So that footprint is staying intact and undisturbed. Due to the addition of a paver stone walkway, we have reduced that overall softscaping on that front landscape detail, which is driving that variance. Next slide, please. We feel that we've put together a proposal that works really well for the neighborhood, works very well for the current owners of 47 Parkdale, as well as what will be the future owners. Again, they are looking to reside at the home once the home is constructed. Regarding the letters that came in from neighbors, so the owners of the property did canvass the neighborhood and actually got fairly positive feedback from the neighbors. Don't really have any strong pushback. We do have an email from Kathy McMahon, which is she's at 37 Parkdale Road, just related to the overall concerns 8, 10, and 11 regarding the softscaping of the property. I do understand where Kathy is coming from, but I do want to note that we're not significantly impacting or deviating from what already exists on the property in that front landscape proportions already. And the larger magnitude variance is the softscaping requirement in the rear yard, which isn't going to be seen or felt by the neighboring properties the way that that patio is designed. And from a water infiltration and exfiltration standpoint, that will be dealt with it through the engineering process with the grading plan. The second letter that came through was from Angela and Anthony DiBartolo at 49 Parkdale, so right adjacent to 47. In general,
sir, your time is up. The DiBartolos are going to be speaking, so you can respond to them.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, committee.
All right, so I'm going to the DiBartolos now. Angela and Anthony DiBartolo. Are the DiBartolos here? Right.
Angela DiBartolo, are you on the line?
What to say? Where is the chat?
Hello?
Hello?
Yes, Mr. DiBartolo?
Hello?
Yes.
You can hear us. Okay. Sorry, we were unmuted before, but I don't know why you couldn't hear us. Thank you.
Can we have your name and address for the record, please?
Yeah, I'm Angela DiBartolo, and I'm here with my husband, Anthony DiBartolo, and we live at 47 Parkdale Road, which is next door to the project, or sorry, 49 Parkdale Road, rather.
Okay. You have 5 minutes between you.
Okay, so as they just mentioned, we did speak with the owners yesterday, and a lot of the questions around when is the project meant to start and how long of hours of the day, because we do have a newborn, were answered. I will say that we have some more questions coming up. We're really new to this. We're not experts in landscaping or new builds, but, reading the other proposal, because we are directly next door and it's less than a foot apart, the houses and their 100-year-old homes, one of our concerns was insurance. Should foundation be affected in our house or any flooding? And then reading that that's actually a concern based on the plans. Now we're even more concerned on that with the soft even. Yep.
Mrs. DiBartolo, our mandate is these variances and their impact on you.
So what number? 8? Number 8.
And we don't deal with the construction issues.
Okay, so I guess our concern is variance number 8 then.
Okay, tell us what your concern is about that.
Because we are directly next door, so we're worried about drainage.
Okay. Anything else?
No, just worried about drainage and it affecting our property.
Okay. Do you have any problems at the present time?
No, we don't.
All right. Thank you. I'll go back to the applicant agent.
Through you, Mr. Chair, could the agent identify himself again? I didn't catch the name.
Either did I.
Yes, it is Joel, Joel Tanner, Tanner. And I'm the owner here at Simple Design Studio.
Thank you.
In answering Angela and Anthony's concerns regarding water infiltration, so proper construction insurance will be carried by the owners. In terms of water infiltration and exfiltration, we're actually going to be the lowest point on the on the streetscape. So 47 Parkdale would be the lowest point. Water runs downhill, so any general moisture that's in the ground is going to be landing on 47 Parkdale as opposed to 49 Parkdale. And the way that we deal with that is a surface drain at the bottom of that excavation that would run into a sump pump. The sump pump would be discharged out to a stormwater lateral in the street. So any moisture that's coming onto our property, we're managing as a part of the engineering process. And we're not looking to shed any water or negatively impact any of the neighbors on the street.
Is that sump pump inside your property?
So it would be a combination, but yes, so there would be a sump pump on the inside of the home to manage the water coming in below the foundation system inside the home, in addition to a secondary sump pump that would manage only that lower outdoor patio space in the rear of the property.
Right. Thank you. Panel, do you have any questions? Sahir?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, I just wanted to compliment the agent for the very effective presentation. Makes things very clear. I know you mentioned that the rear sunken patio. I couldn't quite remember if you said that you will be using permeable pavers there, or you would be open to doing that. I'd be very happy to see that you would be doing that. I am afraid for the owners of the home that at some point, should you get a real deluge that your sump pump can't keep up with, you may have a flood in your house. The other is I think it's the the flat paver stone walkway in the front. Would that also be permeable materials?
We would be happy to install permeable pavers in both locations. It's a very prominent detail these days in the architectural sector and the landscape sector, and we'd be happy to do so.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Okay. Do we have any comments? We have a motion. Yes, Zahir?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd be quite happy to move a motion to approve as is, with the proviso that the front paver stone walkway and the rear sunken patio, the materials being used for that be of permeable type.
Right. We have a seconder. Yim, all in favor? Have your approval. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, committee. Have a great afternoon.
All right. So do we have number 34, Mr. Ray, on the line? Okay. Mr. Ray, would you go ahead, sir?
Hi, yes, good afternoon, committee. I'm sorry for the delay in getting in touch with you, but here I am. Yes, Mrs. Ocalo wishes to finish off the basement at 357 St. John's Road and turn it into a one-bedroom apartment.
Can we have your address, Mr. Ray?
355 and 357 St. John's Road. Do you need the file number?
No, we're okay. Okay, go ahead.
Right. We've designed a one-bedroom apartment in the basement of 357, and we've designed finishing off part of the basement of 355 as an extension of Mrs. Okolo's suite, which is directly up above in 355. We submitted for PPR and found that the property is over the site area permitted for the size of the site. The building has been like this since it was constructed, and we are adding no more square footage to the property. So we are asking for this to be considered as legal non-conforming and asking the committee to approve a minor variance, bringing it into line. Does that make sense?
So perhaps you could repeat that, sir. I missed it.
Okay. Hold on just a moment then. Mrs. Okolo has owned the property since 1986, both properties. Both buildings are actually one building. There's a party wall between 355 and 357, but they sit as one building on the property. The proposed scope of work is to take the basement in 355, which is the eastern property, which is Mrs. Okolo's, in the basement directly beneath her suite, and revamp that or renovate part of that into a usable space as an extension of her living space. Then in 357, we'd like to turn that basement space into a one-bedroom unit, which would be consistent with the units throughout the rest of the building. We submitted to committee for a preliminary review, and we're told that the gross floor area of the building is above the permitted floor space index, although the building's been there since before Mrs. Okala purchased it. The space index is 1.74. The space index permitted is 0.80. Since the building's been sitting there since inception and no areas have been added, we're suggesting that that be considered to be a legal non-conforming, as it's been sitting there long-standing. And we're asking the committee to consider the addition of or the retrofitting of the fitting out of the basement is 357, as well as 355, to be minor of nature, to add no square footage to the building. And as I say, we suggest that it's minor in nature. It's basically in keeping with the existing land, existing use of the land, which is an apartment building. And it's in general intent with the zoning bylaw. Does that help?
All right, so, sir, I want to ask you a couple of questions. The purpose we have for this application is to alter the existing three-story apartment building by converting portion of the existing basement at 357 into a one-bedroom dwelling unit. A total of 10 dwelling units will be provided. I understood you said that there will be a portion of 355 which will be added to Mrs. O'Callaghan's apartment?
Yes, it's an area she's using informally now, and she would just like to fit it out in a more finished manner. But it will not add to the area of the property.
No, I understand that. Sylvia, did we need to change the purpose of the application to include that extension of the existing apartment at 355?
No, sorry, go ahead.
I believe the agent said that the owner is already using it. It's just being improved, but he can perhaps clarify.
All right, so dealing with the second issue, sir, I don't think we have enough information to determine whether this is a legal non-conforming user, because we don't know what bylaw determines the floor space area. If it's in if this building was that size before a bylaw limiting the floor space index was enacted. Because you told us it was there when Mrs. O'Callaghan purchased the property, but we don't know what the bylaws were at the time it was constructed, and whether it was constructed legally at that time and then became illegal because of a new bylaw. So I don't think we have enough information to determine whether it's a legal non-conforming use, but I don't know that we need to determine whether it's a legal non-conforming use to consider whether we're going to approve this variance.
That would be a good thing to hear in a sense, because to go back into the records and determine when the coverages were established would take a bit of time. And if you can consider it on its own merits, we really would appreciate it.
Yeah, okay. So panel, do you have any questions? Any comments? Yim?
I have a motion, but I can add a comment. I do not think the non-conforming use is an issue here. And I think that I can support this application because it really does not make any change in the exterior. And it just make the basement more usable. And then if it's adding another unit, I think it's consistent with the use of the building. And I'm in support of that.
Okay. Are you making a motion for approval?
Yes, I have a motion for approval. No, there's no condition.
Yeah, okay, do we have a seconder? Yes, here. Okay, all in favor of the motion? Motion is passed. You have your approval, sir. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And again, thank you for bearing with my somewhat difficult way in getting in touch with you. I really appreciate it, and continue on with some good work.
Thank you. Number 36, 102 Ivy Avenue. The purpose of this application is to alter the existing 2.5-story semi-detached dwelling by constructing a third-story addition and a front one-story addition, partial front porch enclosure with new stairs. With this application, we have material submitted by the applicant. We have commenting agency reports and email, a report from planning, and a report from urban forestry, one form letter in support, and correspondence in opposition from 100 Ivy Avenue. Mr. CAUL.
Through you, Mr. Chair, Han Zhu will speak on behalf of Mr. CAUL.
Han Zhu? Okay, go ahead.
Hello, Chair. Hi, members of the committee. My name is Han. I'll be stepping in today as representing the owners for 102 Ivy Avenue.
Can we have your address, sir?
My address is 40 Volga Road, Richmond Hill.
Okay, so this seems to be relatively straightforward. I'm going to take it into committee. Do you have anything you want to say to the panel before we go into committee?
Nothing particular. Everything will be sent through the presenting materials as well as the cover letter by the owners. Basically, just quick reiteration, the owners are asking for this addition due to the increase in the family size. There was their current 3 children, ages 1 through 5. They have lived here for the past 18 years already and wishes to do so. So like they've mentioned, their eldest children is already attending a local school and their 2 youngest are already in registration. And then basically everything is pretty self-explanatory with it. There is an existing attic space on this 3rd story right now. We're requesting to increase the size to make it a fully habitable 3rd floor. The ground and 2nd floor height is going to be maintained. So I know one of the variances speaks on behalf of the exterior wall, which is well over the 4.5 meter allowance. However, the roof line at the bottom of the plate is actually sitting at 6.85 meters. So that goes into consideration, especially with the maximum height. We're asking for about 0.18 of a meter in terms of a difference.
Thank you, sir. Panel, do you have any questions? Larry?
Well, I think we should probably ask the agent, the adjacent semi at number 100 has written in opposition. I wonder if you could reflect on some of the concerns that they've raised.
Yeah, so the actual owners actually have already spoken previously with them. I believe one issue that they outlined what wasn't actually in their letter was in terms of safety. So as the previous cases heard today, the owners will also have insurance throughout the construction as well for the safety of the construction. In terms of one of the mentions, she says majority of the houses here along the avenues does not have 3 full stories, in which case from street view, our proposal is also 2.5 stories in height. So like I mentioned, the roof height still strips down to about 6.8 meters, which is in line with everything on the street today. The property faces towards the southeast currently. So, and then the adjacent property, 100 Ivy Avenue, actually sits southwest of our property. So majority of the sunlight would not affect her property as is. I believe you can see it from the site plan and the plans under section part D. So if you see the front of the house actually is facing a little bit towards the east side. So it's southeast facing, whereas the adjacent property at 100 is southwest. So they do have majority of the sunlight unobstructed throughout the day. I believe those are the 2 main concerns that was in the letter that 100 Ivy has sent over.
Okay, great, thank you.
All right, any further questions? comments? Somebody have a motion? Sahir? You're muted, Sahir.
Sorry about that again. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think this is a well thought through application. I don't see any downside to it at all. There are a couple of, I believe there's a planning condition and a forestry condition. The planning condition refers to variance number 4, and it's forestry number 1. With that in mind, I would like to move a motion to approve.
Yem, you second that motion? All in favor? Have your approval. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, members.
Number 37, 652 Glen Oak Drive. Purpose of this application to alter the existing 2-story detached dwelling by constructing a 1-story front addition with a new front porch. With this application, we have material submitted by the applicant. We have a report from planning and support from 12 Swanwick, and an 8-signature petition in support from various addresses on Glen Oak, Ben Lawman, and Norwood Road. Felix Leitcher. Mr. Leitcher. Do we have Mr. Leitcher on the line?
Here.
Oh.
I don't know if you can hear me.
We can hear you, sir.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Felix Leitcher. I'm the agent for this application. My address is 26 Hazel Avenue, Toronto. The application in front of you is, as you mentioned, for a small front addition to the existing house, a 1-story addition with basement and a front porch in front of it.
Yes, I don't think we need a presentation, sir. Do you have anything you want to say before I take it into committee?
No, I think it's pretty straightforward. Everything is.
Thank you. Pam, any
You're welcome.
Yes, Larry?
No, I'd agree with the agent. This is very straightforward. I don't think it would cause any imposition on the neighborhood or the streetscape. I think it fits in well. I'd like to move approval with the standard planning conditions in place when we have the front porch building, which is to tie it to plans.
Through you, Mr. Chair, just a correction for the date that the plans were recommended to be tied with on planning's note or report. They note April 6th, but our plans are actually date stamped April 4th.
Okay.
Great catch, Sylvia.
Oh, there's also the elevation, no? Tied to the elevation joints.
Yes, there's 3 drawings that staff recommend it being tied to. So
Yeah.
all those 3 that are contained in the staff report with the amended date.
All right, do we have a seconder? Peter, all in favor? Have your approval? Thank you. All right.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you much.
All right, so we're coming to a series of contested matters. May I suggest we take a 5-minute break? Be back at 5 o'clock. All right. All right. Are we, okay, we're now at 5 o'clock, number 3873 HOCKEN Avenue. The purpose of this application is to construct a new 3-story detached triplex with a rear basement, walkout, a rear ground floor deck, and rear second and third story balconies. Also to construct a 1-story ancillary building, detached garage in the rear yard abutting the laneway. With this application, we have materials submitted by the applicant, correspondence from transportation, and a report from urban forestry, opposition from numerous addresses on HOCKEN Avenue. Nelson Espinola. Mr. Espinola on the line?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, can we have your name and your address, sir?
Yes, my name is Nelson Espinola at 1726 St. Clair Avenue West.
Okay, I understand you're requesting a deferral?
That is correct, Mr. Chairman. We're requesting a deferral in hopes that we can address some of the neighbors' concerns and some possible revisions.
Okay. All right, so let's go to Mary Kruk.
Hello?
Yes, Ms. Kruk?
Yes, hello?
Yeah, can we have your name, your full name and your address for the record, please?
My name is Mary Crook, and I reside at number 45 HOCKEN Avenue, Toronto, for the last 23 years.
Okay, the agent applicant is asking for a deferral to consult with you and the other neighbors who are opposing the application to try and reach something that everyone can agree upon. Are you in favor of the deferral?
I guess so. If he has tried to attempted to build a triplex before,
No,
and the
Ms.
application was
Kruk,
denied.
Ms. Kruk,
Yes, I'm okay. Yes,
dealing with the
we
issue.
are okay with that, but we need to receive notice of any further applications. We received this from a neighbor.
All right, you will receive notices.
But we weren't on the list for the first one.
Well, this is 70, I don't know whether, is 45 within the area of the notice?
Apparently not. Neither are some of the other letters of objection. They didn't receive it. It was one neighbor who alerted us with only a few days.
All right. Okay. We'll make sure that the notice goes out as legally required. All right, Gail
Thank you, and I hope you all had a nice long weekend.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, committee members.
All right, Gay McDonald.
Gay McDonald, Fiona Grosskirst. On the top of my head, I can't think of anything because I'm a little bit nervous.
All right, Ms. Kruk,
Yes?
We're through with you. We've got your opinion. I now want to speak to Gay McDonald, who's supposed to be on the line.
Yes, I am on the line.
Okay, thank you. So could we have your name and your address for the record, please?
Absolutely. Gay McDonald, 41 HOCKEN Avenue.
Okay. And the agent applicant has asked for a deferral to spend some time talking to you and other opposing neighbors to try and get something to which you can all agree. Are you in favor of a deferral?
Absolutely.
All right, thank you. Panel, do we have a motion for a deferral? Yes, Peter?
Thanks, Chair. Given that the applicant has shown some willingness to alter the proposal to make it more palatable, I move that we defer this item.
All right, do we have a seconder? Zahir, all in favor? You have your deferral. Thank you, sir.
Through you, Mr. Chair, in terms of the two speakers that spoke on this application and supported the deferral, they were not in the mailing list, so they are beyond the 60 meters. However, since they have written in correspondence, they will be, they're listed as interested parties, so to physically put them on the list would be something they need to ask for.
Okay. Braden, I'm in trouble again. I'm looking for the I got the last one up.
Yeah.
But I don't have.
It's just not in the program that you want to use, right?
Oh, okay.
So, is it that one?
Yeah.
Okay, so you right click on it. And just hover over open with. Just right up.
Open with.
Yeah, and then you want to open with Adobe Acrobat PC.
Okay.
Yeah, and if you want to open up the bookmarks there.
No, this is fine.
Okay.
Oh,
It's
no.
making you make a choice, but you just click no for now. Yeah.
No, I'm going to open up with those.
Oh, okay.
Actually.
It'll trigger something else that you might not have time for right now.
Oh. Yeah, so I want this, right?
Yeah. Yeah, those are your bookmarks.
Yeah.
But they're all open, so you want to collapse them. So you just want to click on.
Yeah. No, I'm
You
fine.
got it. Okay.
Yeah, can I get rid of this?
Yeah, there's an arrow there that will collapse that. There you go.
Because it gets too small.
Yeah.
Okay, the next item is 3958 Ardwall Gate. Purpose of the application is to alter the existing two-story detached dwelling by constructing a rear two-story addition and rear second-story additions, as well as two-story side additions. With this application, we have material submitted by the applicant, and we have correspondence and interest or concern from 54 and 70 Ardwall Gate. Rachel Wang?
Can you hear me? Sorry.
Yes, we can.
Okay.
Can we have your name and address, please?
Yes, I do. Good afternoon, committees. My name is Rachel Wang. I'm the authorized agent of owner of 58 Air Road Gate. I'm from 21 Happy Go Crest, Univille in Markham. There is a great damage to the existing. Could you please show my presentation sheet, please? Yeah. Okay, please go to the second page. Yeah, there's a great damage to the existing unoccupied property, which needs to be restored as soon as possible. Right now, the situation is even more worse than the time when we took the picture. Today, we are going to apply 4 minor variants. Please go to another page. Yeah, thank you. First one is floor space index. Permitted is 0.35 meter. Proposed is 0.6 meter. Rear yard setback. Permitted is 8056 meter. Proposed 4.68 meter. Building height 10 meter permitted. Proposed 11.05 meter. Side yard setback permitted is 3 meter. Proposed 0.95 meter, which is existing. Compare the existing and the proposed elevations. You will see the proposed expansion is minor in nature. Please, okay, please go to another page. Yes, please. Thank you. Please look at the floor space index and the rear yard setback. Most floor space index in this area is over 0.7. Some rear yard setback is only 1.22 meter, or some is 3.8 meter. So our proposal is appropriate and minor. Regarding the building height, only the peak height is 11.05 meter. The eve height is only 6.93 meters. The proposal building height will not affect any neighborhood. The south side setback is 0.95 meter is existing for both floors. Considering the concerns of owner of 54 Arrow Gate, we would like to remove the window of the laundry room at the second floor and will not open any windows in the south side wall to protect our neighbor privacy. Yeah. Regarding the privacy, we will plant the trees, ensure the privacy as well as nature view of both two properties. Please go to another page. Yes. Yeah, we're gonna plant some trees over there. Okay, please go to another page. So the proposal is appropriate for the utilization of high-value lot. The expansion is minor in nature. Low negative impact to neighboring properties. General intent and the purpose of zoning bylaw is maintained. General intent and the purpose of the official plan is maintained. Thank you.
All right, panel, do you have any questions? Okay. Next speaker, Naomi Maris. Pardon?
Hear me?
Hello?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good afternoon, members of committee. My name is Naomi Maris. I'm here speaking on behalf of the owner of 70 Ardwald Gate, Mr. Lawrence Bloomberg. 70 Ardwald Gate is located immediately west of the subject lands. Upon hearing of this minor variance application, my client wanted to ensure that their privacy be protected with buffer landscaping. And we're pleased to say that after cooperative discussions with the owners of the subject lands, our client has reached an agreement with the owner of the subject lands regarding buffer landscaping to be both retained and added on the lands close to the shared property line, which is the western property line of the subject lands. Due to the larger building footprint, if the variances are permitted, we are aware that some trees will be removed that previously sat between the home on the subject lands and the western property line. So this is just an agreement to add to the tree canopy and ensure that a good amount of tree canopy and privacy is maintained. We're not here today objecting to the variances proposed. We're simply asking for a condition to be added to the decision pursuant to the committee's jurisdiction to do so under Section 45(9) of the Planning Act. The owners are aware of this and have consented to us asking for this condition. I can read out the condition that we're asking for. It's been provided to committee as written submission on May 23rd.
Yeah, I don't believe we need you to read it out because it's clear. It's the last paragraph in your letter. Is that correct?
That's correct. It's, yeah, the one surrounded with quotes. I can just provide a little bit more explanation then.
Yes.
So the front yard landscape layout plan being referred to has been prepared by Holbrook and Associates. It shows in detail the location of the existing hedge that would be maintained, as well as the 3 new trees. These would both be located on the subject lands at 58 Ardwald. The landscape plan was also provided to committee and it was appended to my letter, so I believe you've received that. So the condition is really twofold. Part 1 of the condition relates to retaining the existing hedge. The application materials already show that green European beech hedge. It's mislabeled in the applicant's materials as a pyramid beech hedge to be preserved, but just given our client's proximity and the important screening that this hedge accomplishes, as well as the fact that this is a hedge and therefore not regulated by urban forestry, our client wanted to ask that committee make the retention of the hedge a condition of any approval of the variances. And part 2 relates to the planting of 3 new green European beech trees at 25 feet tall on the site, substantially in accordance with the front yard landscape layout plan. The plan shows these trees located just east of the hedge, also on the subject lands. It specifies the timing for the planting of the trees, which is to be as soon as they're available, no later than May 2023. When they're planted depends on the availability of the trees, so we've just asked that if planted in advance of construction, that the owners ensure they're not damaged throughout the course of construction, so that they will be able to continue to exist on the site once planted. And then the condition also specifies that the sourcing and planting be done under the guidance of Mr. Ron Holbrook, our client's landscape architect whose office prepared the attached plan. This is just to ensure that the sourcing and the planting of the trees is done in a satisfactory manner. Mr. Holbrook has been involved in working out these matters as between our client and the owners at 58 Ardwald Gate, so he's well positioned to ensure that this is accomplished properly. Finally, if acceptable, I know the condition is a little long maybe, but we'd like to keep the wording as is in the condition, as the plan appended does not fully describe the new trees to be planted. So we believe that the condition language I've provided, in addition to the plan being appended to the decision, would be adequate. And I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Any questions, panel? Okay. All right. Rachel Wang?
Yes.
All right, so Ms. Wang, is your client agreeable to the conditions set out in Ms. Mara's letter?
May I ask my client to talk about this issue? Mrs. Huang.
Hello?
Hello, hi.
Yes, can we have your name? Can we have your name and address, please?
Sorry, I'm still Rachel Wang. Could I ask my client, Mrs. Huang, the owner of 58, and she gonna explain this issue?
Well, yeah, okay.
Oh,
sorry.
My owner just sent me the message. They cannot talk. Just now I saw her name is connected, but right now he cannot talk. Could you please send the link to the Jin Huang, the owner of 58 Air Road Gate? My client. Yes.
Oh, great.
Yes.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Hi, so this is Chris Moeller. Jing Huang's my wife. We are the owners of the 58 Ardwald.
Yes.
Yeah, we're both
so
here.
I'm asking if you are agreeable to the terms set out in Mr. Bloomberg's lawyer's letter.
Yes, we are. We had some good conversations, and we are in a place that both sides agree.
Okay, thank you. Panel, do you have any questions? Yes, Yim?
Yes, I have a question to you or also to the other panel members. Actually, in the past, if it's agreement between the labels as a committee adjustment, we cannot be guarantee that, and we should not include that in our decision. We can only attach it as a comment to encourage them to honor between them. I do not think we can put it in as our conditions.
Sahir? You're muted, Sahir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think I agree with Yim, because to put in a condition from a private arrangement, especially the condition that insists that a particular landscape architect be used as well, doesn't seem to be appropriate. And as Yim has mentioned, this is an agreement between the two parties. I believe the application should just stand on its own merit.
So Ms. Maris cited a section of the Planning Act, which she indicated entitled us to do this. So, Ms. Maris, could you enlighten us a little more about that section 49 you were talking about?
Certainly. I'm just pulling it up right now, but it's section 45.9, which just states that any authority or permission granted by the committee under subsections 1, 2, and 3 may be for such time and subject to such terms and conditions as the committee considers advisable and as are set out in the decision. So given that this is connected to the variances sought with respect to larger building footprint, smaller rear yard setback, none of which our client takes issue with, it's just simply that given it's connected to these variances and given that the variances are before committee for the consideration and given the interest of the neighboring property owner in these variances being adjudicated upon by the committee, we would like to have this just considered in the decision as well.
As a condition, or can we attach it as a note?
We would prefer a condition if possible.
Yeah.
Can I respond to that?
So Sylvia, I think that Yim is right as to how we treated private agreements in the past.
Through you, Mr. Chair, typically private agreements are just that, private agreements. I mean, the Planning Act does give committee members authority to impose conditions that they believe are suitable to be imposed related to the variants that are being requested, but not private agreements. Those aren't always enforceable by the city.
Yeah, so if we can't enforce it, or the city can't enforce it, then we don't make it a condition.
No, you can impose conditions that are enforceable, conditions that are satisfied prior to the building permit being issued. Those kinds of things.
I am in agreement with that because that's my past experience with all these similar cases. We cannot reinforce a private agreement. I mean, conditions.
Yeah, I think we can do conditions where there's a direct link to the variance. I don't see a direct link in this case to the variance.
Yes, you're right, Larry. We can impose appropriate conditions, like in terms of related to the variances. Yeah.
Right.
Okay. So, do we have a motion?
Yeah, I'm happy to do this one, Chair. I actually thought the design is quite elegant and fits in really quite nicely with the neighborhood. I think the actual additions to the building are modest. There's 3 or 4 of them, and they're kind of tucked in and just round out the structure. I don't think this would be an imposition on the neighbors of the neighborhood at all. I think it's quite consistent, and I think it fits quite well. I did note that the agent is also not putting a window in the laundry room, which I think the other neighbor was requesting. So I think that's great too. So I think I'll just propose approval of this application subject to forestry conditions 1 and 2.
Do we have a seconder? Yes, Yim. All in favor? Okay, you have your approval. Number 40, 97 Sumac Street. The purpose of this application is to convert the existing 3-story townhouse from 1 unit into 2 units by adding a secondary suite within the basement and by constructing a 2-story rear addition, a partial 3rd-story addition with a rear 3rd-story roof terrace, a new front porch with stairs and a canopy, and a new rear basement walkout. Also to construct an ancillary building, detached shed, in the rear yard of the property abutting the laneway. With this application, we have materials submitted by the applicant. We have correspondence from Transportation and a report from Urban Forestry, support of 7 form letter in support and correspondence in opposition from 2 properties on Sumac Street. Miguel Magana.
Yes, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good afternoon, committee members. My name is Miguel Magana. I'm from 486 Upper James Street in Hamilton, and I'm representing the owners of the property.
Okay. We have your presentation, sir, because there's some opposition.
Yeah, so we've looked at the opposition letters from the 2 neighbors, and the main concern for both neighbors is parking on the street. The owners are willing to revise the rear yard of the property so that we can maintain a legal parking stall and appease the 2 neighbors.
So how does that change the variance?
The variances, variance 1 and 10.
Okay. So can you tell us how variance number 1 has changed?
Well, variance number 1 is directly tied to providing parking for the property. So in this case, we would maintain a parking stall in the rear of the lot.
So you're going to delete variance number 1?
Yes.
Okay, and number.
I mean, we can provide a parking facility. By reading that, I imagine like an actual parking garage. You know, it's a duplex, so which in case they're only required to have 1 parking space.
Okay, and number 10?
If you go to number 10, it also specifies that 1 parking space is required.
Oh, that's number 11. And our.
Oh, sorry, I apologize. Number 11.
Okay, so that will be deleted as well?
Correct.
Okay. All right. So, you have anything else to say with respect to the variances before we go to the opposition?
Yeah, I guess if you go to the site plan, we can speak briefly on each variance. So regarding the addition to the front porch, it's really, we're just revising the existing configuration of the existing landing to make it more of a straight approach. It's not what you would call an actual front porch. It's more of a landing with stairs and landscaping around it. Due to the proximity of the front property line to the building, there's really no way that we could accommodate stairs without, you know, being at the 0 lot line. In regards to the front canopy, we would like to create just a covered entrance into the house, just to allow a little protection from the elements. I think that's very common with some of the adjoining neighbors, which have actual front porches that are much bigger than this one on this property. Also, in regards to the extension at the rear, we are keeping in line with the existing neighboring buildings who are in support of the variances. We are not going beyond the rear wall of the 2 adjoining properties. The intent is to demolish the existing 2-story addition and just widen the rear so that it kind of spans the entire width of the lot, allowing a little bit more room for the nicer kitchen. Since the lot is quite undersized, you know, it would be very hard to comply with the zoning bylaw as it currently is. It's already legal non-conforming. We're over by 0.15, and we would just like to expand it to accommodate a larger bedroom on the 3rd floor and a nicer kitchen on the ground floor. In regard to the impact to the 2 neighboring properties, there would be none, just because we are in line with the rear wall of the neighboring properties, and we've set back the 3rd floor approximately 9 feet in order to avoid any type of shadows or to change the roof line of the rear. As you can see in this section, we're showing the extent of the neighboring house in the gray and the outline of our 3rd floor for the subject property that we're applying for. I think at this point, we're open to any questions from you or the neighbors.
Okay. Well, panel, do you have any questions? Yes, Peter?
Thanks. I'm just looking, if you're planning on inserting 1 parking space in the rear, wouldn't that impact your rear yard soft landscaping variance number 10?
We're going to be doing that by, if you go back to the site plan, please. The way that we would go about doing that is creating an L-shaped stair that angles towards the north of the property, in which case we would narrow the walkway from the rear wall to the laneway, allowing us to widen that step planter in order to provide the required soft yard landscaping that we're applying for a variance.
So you'd remain at 16%.
Correct. And if we could increase it more, we would. Right now, the existing rear yard is zero. There's 0% soft landscaping. So we are improving from that, as well as in the front yard. We are going from 4.62 to 6.5 square meters.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. Viola Carmagnani?
Yes, Carmagnani, can you hear me?
Yes, speak up a little, please, and give us your name and your address.
My name is Paola Carmagnani. The address is 83 Sumac Street.
Okay, can we have your comments, please?
Yeah, I'm new to this process. So I was a little bit concerned about the direct neighbors. I am not a direct neighbor in terms of the light, kind of have limited access to the, because the new building would, because of the shade of the new building, one concern. The other one would be, which has been addressed, the parking space. So I didn't know that that's good. I have a question with regard to the demolition of the tree, if that is indispensable, really necessary, or whether it can remain where it is, or whether there are any plans to plant another tree. And I am not directly concerned. So at this point, if the direct neighbors are fine with the project, of course, I would be fine as well.
Okay. Thank you. Panel, do you have any questions? No. Mr. Magana?
So, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So in response to the adjoining two neighbors, they have signed our letters of support. The homeowner has talked to them both, and they are in full support of the project. In regards to the tree, we have made an application to Urban Forestry to demolish that tree, and they are just waiting on the outcome of this hearing in order to approve the removal. In regards to planting a new tree, it would really depend on whether a tree would be viable with the existing hard landscaping and appropriate soil beneath it. As you can see, with the narrowness of the lot, a legal sized parking stall would take up at over about 75% of the total width of the lot. And with the stairs and the improvements to the walkways from the rear of the house to the walkway, it would be hard to keep a very large mature tree viable in this lot. Also, the neighbor to the north is aware of the removal of the tree and in support of that.
Okay. Anything further to say, sir?
No, not unless you have any questions.
All right. Thank you. Panel, any questions? Peter?
Thanks, Chair. Just to the applicant, to increase the kind of permeability of your rear yard, would you be open to having your rear parking space constructed with permeable materials?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
All right. Do we have any comments, or do we have a motion? Peter, would you like to make a motion?
Sure, I'm happy to bring a motion for approval subject to Urban Forestry Condition 2 and to the condition that the rear yard parking space be constructed with permeable materials, and this is as amended with the deletion of variance 1 and variance 11.
All right, do we have a seconder?
This forestry condition number 2?
Yes,
Yeah.
I believe Peter said forestry condition number 2. Okay.
In that case.
So here you're seconding the motion. All in
Yes, sir.
favor? Have your approval. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
number 41, 323 Westlake Avenue. This is an application to obtain consent to sever the property into 3 residential lots. 2 lots will be undersized. With this application, we have material submitted by the applicant. We have reports from Engineering and Construction Services, Urban Forestry, Community Planning. We have a form letter in support, and we have opposition from 25, 28, and 47 Westlake, and a 13-signature petition in opposition from properties on Westlake. Amber Stewart?
Yes, good evening, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, it's Amber Stewart. I'm counsel for the applicant, and my address is 70 Plunkett Road, Unit 6 in Toronto, sir.
Okay, we need your submissions because we have opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. If I could ask to turn to the submission letter that I submitted. I've tried to include a lot of information in this letter, so I'm going to sort of zoom through it with use of the graphics and images that I've included. Might be covering letter. Yes, there it is. That's great. If you could zoom in on that map on the first page a little bit, that would be much appreciated. And this just shows the location of the subject property. It's on the east or northeast side of Westlake Avenue, and Westlake is the extension of Cosburn Avenue. So it's where Cosburn sort of turns around and bends to the south. This is a through street, and you will note, and certainly if you look at a broader area map, you will see that this through street condition is really unique in this neighborhood. And the street to the rear is Westlake Crescent. So this is one of a very few opportunities in this neighborhood to actually improve a streetscape by virtue of a severance application by severing a lot from back to front in half, allowing new dwellings to present onto both street frontages. The other thing that I'll ask you to observe while we're looking at this map is that a number of the dwellings that are on Westlake Avenue and Westlake Crescent, including some of those detached garages, sit very close to the street property line. So there are front yard setback variances that are proposed here. I'll show you in a few moments that those variances are absolutely consistent with what already exists on both of those streetscape frontages. And then finally, if you can see that 3 lots to the south of the subject property at number 317 Westlake, you'll see the dot on 317. You'll see the 2 dots to the rear at number 22 and 24 Westlake Crescent. That was a severance that was approved in 2020 by this committee. It is a virtually identical severance in terms of the lot configuration, and the variances are very similar. Some are higher, some are slightly lower in magnitude. That application approved semi-detached dwellings. And then 1 lot to the south of that at number 315 Westlake Avenue, and then to the rear, you'll see 18 and 20. That was 18 and 20 Westlake Crescent. That was a severance that was approved in 1988 at the OMB. So it's just another example of a historical severance where this type of dual frontage has been approved. And then of course, to the south of that, you'll see that a number of those properties sort of at 301, 305, 307, also at some point have been severed, or I don't know, I can't say that for certain if they were severed or if they were created that way, but they certainly are examples of additional properties that have dual frontages. So if we can scan to the next page, here at the bottom of the page, you'll see a site plan showing the proposal. I will indicate that all 3 frontages are compliant with the bylaw. So in terms of what presents from the streetscape from a lot size perspective, it is bylaw compliant and again, consistent and compatible with what exists in the area. If we can scan to the next page, what I have included here is a map that shows recent severances. And I say recent, they include decisions that are available in that approximately 10-year period at the Committee of Adjustment. They also include a number of severances which were referenced in a prior OMB decision. So it just shows you that there are a number of severances that have been approved. And as you can see, many of them are concentrated in this block of Westlake Avenue and Westlake Crescent. On the next page, I have included a chart that has summarized, in very short, brief form, those severance approvals, how they were configured, and what they achieved. And again, at 317 Westlake, which is about the middle of the page, you'll see that the lot standards in terms of frontage and area have very similar, thank you for that, very similar dimensions, and also similar dimensions with respect to rear yard setbacks. If we can move 2 pages later, I've included a graphic on this page. This graphic, yeah, if you can, sorry, I think 1 page before that. Oh, you may be missing a graphic. Yeah, it should be on that page. I wonder if it just didn't come through on the PDF, which is very unfortunate. But anyway, then I'll ask you to scan to the page before that. What I had done with this graphic is attempt to show how some of those severances have reoriented the streetscape. And these are sort of the summary bullets that I included. There's actually been 2 other recent severance applications that started off with houses facing Westlake Avenue, but instead of doing a back to front severance, it was a straight 1 lot into 2 severance, but where the houses were reoriented to face Westlake Crescent. So what you can see in those applications, just as a side note, the dwellings are much longer and include very large rear parking and rear paved areas. But what you can see is, in a way, those severance applications actually, borrowed from Peter to pay Paul, if I can use a saying like that, because where they used to have dwellings that fronted onto Westlake Avenue, those dwellings were removed and replaced with parking areas and parking, not even structures, paved open surface parking areas. And what used to be sort of rear parking areas on Westlake Crescent was removed and replaced with dwellings. So I use that saying because I think those severance applications, while they have been approved and are part of the neighborhood context, they detracted from one streetscape to improve another streetscape. What we have in this case is much more consistent with current policy framework in terms of built form, eyes on the street, presentation to the street. And it's allowing a severance of a through lot to create dwellings that will face both public streets, which is desirable in any planning context. At the next page, so it's going to be 2 pages down from what you have here, I have a summary of the variances that are proposed for all 3 lots.
Ms. Stewart.
Yes, sir.
You're running short of time. I'm giving you a little extra time because it's a consent for severance and there's lots, 3 lots that you're creating. So I'll give you, you're now at almost 7 minutes. I'll give you another 3 minutes.
That is very much appreciated, sir. I'll try and zoom through this quickly. You can see that I've summarized the variances in a chart. Part 1, that is the existing lot on Westlake Avenue. So that existing house will be retained. The only thing to note there is that it indicates no parking provided, but there actually is a licensed front yard parking space that will be maintained. So it's technically not on the lot, which is why it's a 0 parking variance. Parts 2 and 3, you will see the variances that are listed there. They are similar for each part. And what I have tried to do is group the variances and include a bit of a discussion and include other examples of similar approved variances in the area. So I'll scan through those quickly. You'll see under the first heading underneath that chart, I've indicated that the parking variances are technical in nature. As I said, we've got the existing pad to be maintained. The other 2 lots have variances for a slightly reduced interior garage, which is not going to affect anybody. It still provides for a functional parking. With respect to the coverage and FSI variances, you'll see that if you scroll down just a bit on the page, I would submit to you that the variances that are proposed, while they are a modest increase in coverage and FSI over what is permitted, they are absolutely similar to and within the order of magnitude of variances that have been recently authorized, and not only on Westlake, where we have those shallower depth lots, but on other typical depth lots within the neighborhood. Through discussions with planning staff, we've agreed to a condition requiring permeable pavers to assist with permeability on the site, and there are no other landscaping variances associated. With respect to the rear and side yard setback variances, that you will see scrolling down the page onto the next page, you will see that what is proposed in terms of a rear yard setback is almost identical to what has been approved recently at the 317 Westlake proposal. And again, similar to other rear yard setbacks that exist, particularly in the Westlake area, but also on other sort of irregularly situated lots in the neighborhood. The side yard setbacks are to a pinch point. Yes, I'm sorry. They're minimum of 0.92 on the exterior zoning compliant. And in fact, because those lots are irregular, there's actually more side yard setback on those exterior sides. Front yard setback and platform projection. Again, you'll see that there is a slight decrease in the required front yard setback, but this is on a street where there's a bit of patchwork in terms of houses being situated there, garages being situated there, and many of those houses, both through variances approved and physically measuring the front yard setbacks, are similar to, and in some cases, quite a bit less than what is proposed. So this will absolutely fit into that pattern. And then building height and main wall height, there is a very minor increase over the permitted building height and main wall height. We've had discussions with planning staff who have agreed that the roof is very well articulated. The variances, again, they're very minor numerically, but they're also very similar to what has been.
Ms. Stewart, your 10 minutes are up. Perhaps you could wrap up.
Okay, I've covered everything except for that last variance, which is a little odd to me. I've never seen a variance like this come up. I believe it's required because those lots typically do not have services at the rear, but clearly they will have to have services prior to a building permit being issued. So that is a technical variance. So I'll leave it there, and then I'll wait to respond to any comments that are raised in objection. Thank you for the additional time.
All right, thank you, panel. Do you have any questions? Okay, Dean Miller.
Thanks for the allowing me to speak. I do believe everyone has got a copy of a letter drafted on behalf of my neighbors, including a fellow by the name of Dave Morantz, who's my next door neighbor who's on as well, dated May 9th. In that letter, we've opposed a couple of variances, 229 and 230, regarding the setback issue at the proposed front of the property facing Westlake. I listened to the comments. I've had a lot of discussion through the last hour or so on things like streetscapes. And to me, from a guy who actually is an owner of one of the homes that was impacted by a past variance, setback issue is of concern of the neighborhood. The look and feel of the neighborhood, the impact that it, in the front would have on parking. And because it's a busy street with lots of kids, the current proposed setback onto the home facing Westlake Crescent is of concern with exiting from the driveway and that sort of thing. There's precedent set at 26 and 28 Westlake Crescent and 38 and 40 Westlake Crescent, which is one of those is my home. So, you know, that's really the crux of the issue here as we look at it. You know, these are new builds that we're in. You know, I can't speak for what happened in 1988 with a variance on other properties, but I can certainly speak with what's happened in, you know, 2017 and beyond, when some of these houses, the newer homes, actually entered onto the street, kind of setting the precedent for the look and feel of the street moving forward into the future. So I'll stop there and Yeah, thank you.
Jim?
I have a question.
Jim?
Yes, Mr. Chair. My question is just to this speaker. You mentioned that the front yard setback will create an impact. Can you elaborate what kind of impact you're talking about?
Well, you know what? Just they're considerably forward from the rest of the homes, kind of along the street. As the legal counsel spoke, she talked about the neighborhood. It's actually quite an interesting, Westlake Avenue versus Westlake Crescent. But the new proposed homes are so close to the front of the driveway, exiting onto the street, that sort of thing. There's no room for error. I mean, it's basically you're out, you're exiting your driveway, and you're onto the street, right? So it's it's a busy street, lots of kids, lots of time. In fact, they're loud right now out in front of my house, and that really sort of sums up the some of the concerns from the neighbors who are on that petition that you mentioned.
Oh, so your point is the safety issue about turning onto the street from the garage, right?
Yeah, I mean, the current new homes that were built at 26, 28, 38, and 40 have a much different setback than what's being proposed here. So there's an integrity issue as well of the look and feel of the neighborhood, but mainly, the concerns for the people that have their names on that petition are public safety and exiting out of a driveway immediately onto a street. It does pose a threat, and we've got signs up all the time, slow children playing. So it's a big concern amongst the neighbors.
Thank you. Dave Morantz?
Much. I appreciate being afforded the opportunity to speak. And I think just to add to what Dean just said.
Could we have your name, sir, and your address?
Yeah, David Morant, 40 Westlake Crescent. So I'm a next door neighbor of Dean in a new build as well that's facing Westlake Crescent with the rear parking pad facing Westlake Avenue. So the first thing I'd say is the map and the picture we were looking at, I don't think was up to date in terms of, to Dean's point, where the setback is on new builds and where the last 4 homes have been built as it relates to Westlake Avenue and the lot. So you do get a flavor of it from this schema that you're showing from LemCAD Consultants. But if you zoom out, what you'll notice is, again, to Dean's point, there's been a precedent set for this exact, or the types of properties, the rest of the neighborhood feels should be built there moving forward. And to Dean's point as well, that corner is would be extremely volatile. I think it definitely presents a safety issue. And lastly, the views for multiple people, including myself and certainly Dean, would be completely obstructed in terms of being able to, have that same vantage of the ravine. So just wanted to add those points in, but thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Okay. Panel, any questions? Rob Cleverly?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. My name is Rob Cleverly, 47 Westlake Crescent. My correspondence in opposition is number 2. I will come to that in a minute. I'll just go through some of the supporting documentation that I gained access to today. First of all, speaking about the form letter of support from number 321 Westlake Avenue. That's a recent purchaser. He's developing that property, and he will want to do exactly the same thing on that property that's being proposed for the property under discussion today. So it's not surprising that he supports it. The planning report required permeable driveways. I would suggest that the driveways are so small that in a heavy rain, they will not be able to handle the runoff, and runoff will end up, on the street and in the storm sewers. Well, in the sewers. I had sewer backup problems in this property. I'm across the street from and two down from the subject property. I had sewer backup problems in the 90s until I installed, backup, what do you call it? Proper protection anyway in the sewer. And I'm sure that's still a problem. And as we pave more and more of the street, it'll become more and more of a problem. The forestry report says, well, the tree declaration from the developer says there are no affected trees. They took down a lovely mature tree a year or two ago to make sure that there'd be no problem at this time. I don't think you have the zoning notice in there, but it was the last in the list of supporting documentation. On page 5 of the zoning notice for the part 2 of this application, there was talk about the front yard must be a minimum 50% landscaping, and 75% of the required landscaping must be soft. Those numbers are not being met in this application. In fact, if you look at the site plan, it's hard to see that there's going to be any soft landscaping in the front. But this item was completely ignored from the list of variances that were requested. It's just not mentioned at all. I would suggest also that for part 3, there should be a similar consideration. It was not mentioned in the zoning notice, and I would suggest that that was an oversight on the part of staff. Coming to my letter that I sent in, objection number 2. Interestingly, for this very lot, there was a request in 2013 to sever the lot into 2 lots. So one constructing a new dwelling onto Westlake Crescent and one onto and a new one onto Westlake Avenue. The file numbers are in the letter. The front and rear setbacks for that and the rear wall to rear wall separation were all greater than in the current proposal. Because there was only to be 1 lot facing onto Westlake Crescent, there were no issues with side yard setbacks, lot area, lot coverage, as there are currently. Following a meeting July 31st, 2013, the committee denied the request, citing backyards too shallow and structures too close together. Decision was appealed to the OMB, file number given. And just to note that the appeal included the lot that was next door at the time, 325 Westlake Avenue, for a similar severance. The OMB denied the request on April 14th. The board finds that the consents would create lots with atypical building-to-building relationships that are not conducive to good planning and are not reasonable or acceptable. The typical building-to-building rear building wall to rear building wall is 18 meters. Guideline proposed variance is 11. Board refuses the consent appeal and makes the variance appeal a nullity. And I would note again that the variances requested at this time are less than, or yes, they're providing less setback than was the case then. I mentioned a concern about runoff. As we pave more and more of the existing lot, there just isn't enough green space left to absorb runoff. The front porch is going to come, by my calculation, 1/3 of a meter from the property line and next to a driveway, even if it's permeable. They're really not going to be able to absorb the runoff coming off the roof, and in a heavy rain, the water is going to end up in the street sewer and leading to backup. I'll skip the editorial about densification. Of course, we want to do it, but I don't think paving everything is the way to go about it. I would suggest that, given the total number of variances, they're not minor and result in overdevelopment of the property. So please consider denying the consent and variances. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Ms. Stewart?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know my graphic is not there, but there was a separate package of photos that was submitted. I wonder if it would be possible. Nope, not those ones. Maybe photos 2. Yes, those ones. Perfect. So I'll use this to illustrate what I was trying to get at. So some of the speakers that we have heard live in and or spoke to the newly created lots that I alluded to earlier. What you're seeing here is the subject property in the middle. And then to the left and 2 houses to the right, you're seeing the rear of properties that used to be fronting onto with dwellings facing Westlake Avenue, where they were reconfigured and reoriented to have new houses facing Westlake Crescent. So although that was certainly an improvement to the Westlake Crescent streetscape, these applications did not improve in any way the Westlake Avenue streetscape. And so this is what I was trying to allude to earlier. You can see that they've got entirely paved parking areas in the backyard, which is now what is facing the street on Westlake Avenue. And these severances, although they've occurred, and certainly they could be proposed in the future, they're not the type of severances that are in accordance with modern planning policies, contemporary policies. To try and improve the public streetscape and have dwellings facing both public streetscapes. If I could ask you to scroll down to, let's see, the last 2 pages, if we could take a quick look at those. Those last 2 pages are where, yeah, maybe 2 more down. Let's see. Nope, sorry, 1 more down. Yep, that one. And then on the following page, those are pictures of those new houses facing Westlake Crescent. And something that I'm noting, and obviously because they're full depth lots without having retained that lot onto Westlake Avenue, it is possible to set these houses a little bit further back. But what I'm asking you to observe on both of these pictures is that, well, one, there's no sidewalk on this side of the street in front of these dwellings on Westlake Crescent. So in terms of pedestrian activity, the sidewalk is on the opposite side of the street. The other thing that I will ask you to note is that the adjacent lots in both of these photographs have fencing that goes all the way to the property line. So that's just 2 examples. But you can see that in both of those photos, and that is certainly a common condition where fencing will project further in front of where the proposed front wall of the 2 rear-facing lots would be, or Westlake Crescent facing lots would be located. So from a visibility and safety perspective, by having those dwellings located and fronting onto that street, in my respectful submission, it's actually going to open up the viewpoint over what we would typically see with these rear-lotted houses. There has been no concern raised with respect to the transportation department with respect to visibility. And then the last comment I'll observe on that point is simply that the street that is sort of the extension of Westlake, well, no, it's not, I'm sorry, it's not the extension. Where Westlake Crescent curves around, it ends in a dead end. So Westlake Crescent is not a street that is getting major traffic that is flying around the curve. It's a quiet residential street. And as I've shown you earlier, what is proposed in terms of front yard setback is similar to, and in many cases greater than what already exists. And again, it's very similar to the front yard setback variances associated with 317 Westlake recently approved. In terms of the trees, I'm aware that there were trees removed. I can confirm definitively that I saw this concern raised, so I inquired with my client about it. I confirmed that those trees were gone and removed by the previous owner. So I can see on Street View, those trees were removed as of 2020. My clients did not purchase this property until 2021. And just so that we're clear, this was an openly listed sale on the market on MLS, and my clients purchased it in 2021. So I have no idea if there were permits associated with the removal of those trees. All I can confirm definitively is that they were removed by former owners, not by my clients. In terms of planting trees, although you'll see that there are standard conditions that are recommended, which have no difficulty for my clients, but I can tell you that my clients are already in process of landscaping the Westlake Avenue facing property, and they have, I think they told me 10 trees that are already on site ready to be planted on that property, which is going to contain the retained house. In terms of runoff, again, there's no concern that's been raised by engineering, and it was something that was discussed with planning. planning is in support of this configuration. They're in support of this coverage, and the coverage that is proposed is, again, less than many approvals that have occurred. And then finally, with respect to the previous OMB decision on the property, it was actually, that appeal actually involved two properties, which were both proposed to be severed from front to back. And there was certainly a comment in there about building separation. What I will submit to you is that that decision was a different planning application under a previous planning regime. It was prior to OPA 320. It was prior to bylaw 569 becoming in force, and it was prior to a whole host of additional policies that are included by the province and at the local official plan level that encourage intensification and encourage well-designed built form that will face both public streets and improve both public realms. So the fact that that decision is out there and that it was issued, it was a different regime under a different framework, and it certainly predated much of the redevelopment application we've seen in this neighborhood, including, of course, the very compelling precedent that has been approved and will be built at number 317 Westlake. I'm just reviewing my notes. I don't believe there's anything else that I need to respond to, but I'll simply close off by saying that we understand the concerns that have been raised. I am asking you to place relevance and weight on the fact that this application has been reviewed by planning staff, has the support of planning staff, and that with the conditions that have been recommended by planning and with respect to the standard engineering condition that you see, this application is absolutely a meritorious application and should be approved. So subject to any questions, those are all of my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Panel, do you have any questions? Yes, Peter.
Thanks, Chair. Just one question, and it kind of goes to some of the observations that the residents on Westlake Crescent raised in terms of the setbacks. And I understand that it's not a variance that's being requested, but the driveways leading to both of the new proposed buildings are quite short, and if a car were to park on those, it would be on private and municipal land. And I know that's not what's being proposed, but I think we all understand that in actuality, people park in their driveways, and if that happens, I think that that's not necessarily a positive situation in terms of safety or streetscape or these kind of considerations. So I'm wondering what you have to say in terms of how that might be managed.
Well, I think I would respond in terms of saying that certainly I understand that is a reality that can occur. As we speak, I am looking at the Toronto maps with the aerial photo overlaid, and I can certainly see that on both sides of both streets, whether we're looking at a rear detached garage with a bit of a driveway in front of it, whether we're looking at a house, whether we're looking at regardless of whether we're looking at wider or narrower front yard setbacks, I can certainly see that there are cars that are parked on the driveway. I think from a planning evaluation perspective, this proposal is compliant with all of the parking requirements in the bylaw on the Westlake Crescent facing side, in terms of being able to accommodate one car parking behind the main front wall, which is all that is required. I would say in addition to that, because there is no sidewalk, there is adequate room, understanding of course that a car could slightly overhang that property line. In terms of how it's managed, I don't know that there is any way to manage it other than enforcing anything that's under the bylaw, but that is true with respect to any of the properties that you see that face that street right now. It's true basically of any street. I mean, I have a property with a very, very long driveway, and you know, the truth is that if you have the room, people park the cars, and I just think that's a reality. That's not something that comes within the scope of the Planning Act tests.
Thanks.
Any further questions? Okay, do we have comments? Do we have a motion? Yes, Peter.
Thanks. I can start with some comments. I remember well the other consent application that was, yeah, probably 2 years ago on Westlake and Westlake Crescent, and it wasn't necessarily an easy decision, but it's been interesting to see the evolution of this as it goes along. I think that the agent did a good job at explaining what was being sought and why it was desirable, and I agree. I think this is I think it is desirable intensification and evolution of an area. I do get some of the concerns of the residents that this is pushing close to Westlake Crescent, but I think that it's better than the alternative, and I think it's supportable.
So you're making a motion to approve the application?
I think people have comments, so I'll wait to hear what they say.
Okay, is it here?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think Peter makes a good point, and I think the timing of the OMB decision, previous one, between then and now, I think the agent did point out. I mean, it's the notion of constant change, the need for housing, the densification issues. That's all changed. The additional piece is that this is a very unusual lot, and so it requires perhaps different thinking. I don't see it as being very problematic in terms of being able to be approved. So I'm somewhat in favor of approving this application.
Yim? Vim?
Yes, I'd like to add a comment. I agree with most part that Peter said, but when I look at the on the Westlake Crescent, the similar proposed or surface property, they only have a walkway from the street, and this one is slightly. I have some issues about the driveway. Actually, that's the only thing that I have a little bit of a concern. But overall, I think that is a good opportunity to have increase the number of units there, and then it seems that it's inconsistent with the other surface on the same block. So I have no problem with that, and I have no problem with the design of the house. I only have a little bit concern about the driveway. Because I do not think the similar development have a driveway. They only have a walkway up there.
Larry, do you have any comments?
Not really, Chair. Nothing that hasn't already been said. I think I had been supportive of this application. I did want to hear from the neighbors because I wanted to hear what their concerns was, and I think, you know, I understand their concerns. But you know, I look at some of the new builds, particularly the ones that are right next to this proposal, and they are similar with the exception that it's not made into 3 lots, but those homes are what looks like considerably larger than what is being proposed for the new builds here. So I think the lot, while tight, can accommodate this kind of density. And this is a lovely neighborhood, and I think it's the kind of neighborhood a lot of people would like to live in. And I think the kind of gentle density introduced into these neighborhoods is a good thing. So overall, it is a tight configuration, but I think it's supportable.
All right, thank you. Peter, are you prepared to make a motion now?
Yeah, I'm happy to make a motion for approval. If we could just do it all as one and staff could let it shake out, that'd be great. But I would move approval of consent and of the variance applications subject to the urban forestry conditions listed and development engineering and the community planning conditions around permeable paving in the driveways and being constructed substantially in accordance with.
Okay, we have a seconder.
Yeah, I will second that, but I think that's also the standard engineering conditions for surface.
Thank you, Yam. Yes, that as well.
Through you, Mr. Chair, was there a comment about permeable pavers? Because engineering's condition was about positive slope.
I think the permeable paver condition is in the community planning report.
Okay.
All right. All in favor? Have your approval. Thank you. Number 42.
Oh, yeah. I missed it. It's in my notes.
56 Duncannon Drive. Purpose of this application is to construct a new 3-story detached dwelling with an integral garage and to permit a front yard parking lift pad. With this application, material submitted by the applicant, correspondence from transportation and a report from urban forestry. Nicholas N. Searle.
You?
Hello, Mr. N.
Hi,
Searle.
can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great, how are you?
We're good. Can we have your name and your address, please?
Yes, Nicholas Antro, 31 Scarsdale Road, Unit 6.
Okay, we have some opposition, or you have some opposition. Perhaps you can give us a brief presentation.
Sure. Thank you for hearing me. We previously deferred this application to be able to work with the Forestry Department and the opposing neighbors. Since that time, we have reduced the double parking lift to one parking lift, which allowed us to retain both trees in the front yard that were previously being proposed for removal, which has now satisfied forestry and addressed a number of the opposition letters referencing the tree removals. With this change, we have also reduced our FSI variance from 0.78 to 0.76 and increased the soft landscaping variance from 41% to 49.2%. We have 6 variances today. Number 6 is regarding the soft landscaping. I'd like to mention for your reference, if there was no car lift, we would comply. However, the way the city calculates it now with a car lift, the way to calculate the driveway, we have now created a variance. However, what we are proposing is a minimal increase from what the existing driveway is. And if you look on the plans, you'll see that we're actually proposing to keep the existing driveway in place. This is in part to satisfy urban forestry, and this is also in part not to damage the neighbor's trees. You'll see right there on the site plan, existing driveway to remain. Number 3 variance is regarding FSI. And if you can go to diagram number 1, we are not setting any precedents. We are asking for 76% FSI. And as you see in the immediate area, there are 11 comparable or greater FSI approvals.
All right, Mr. N. Searle, the
Yes.
notice that we have has 7 variances.
The one variance has the.
Yeah, number 3. They don't seem to line up with what you've been saying.
Okay, so.
Do you have a prior list or something?
Yes, we were at 7 variances here. Sorry, let me just clear this up here.
I think this is 2-story.
So yes, so number 1, the permitted maximum height is 7.2 meters. The proposed height is 10.42 meters. And then there's C, the permitted maximum number of stories is 2. The proposed number of stories is 3. Restrictions for a detached home with a flat roof or shallow roof. Sorry, because it was under number 1, I considered them both. Oh, you have it from the old variance. Got it. So I was referring to our waiver. So that's where we're going with it. So my bad. That was, I think. So We have the maximum building number 1 and number 2. I'm referring to on height now. So number 4 would be our GFA.
Okay.
And we just had those variances out there with the FSI.
So, Mr. Ansero, you have a lift for your
Yes,
cars?
sorry, I'm just waiting for diagram number 1 to come back up. And I guess at this point we would have diagram number 2. Sorry, so just for your reference, we have no, as I mentioned, 11 comparable or greater FSFI approvals. Number 4 is diagram 2, if you don't mind. Number 4, if you see on our top corner, the allowable height in the neighborhood is 11 meters. We are asking for 3 stories, which is allowed with a sloped roof. We have compiled with our second floor height. We have complied with our second floor height of 7.02 meters, where 7.2 is allowed. And our overall height of 10.42 meters is 2 feet under the allowed 11 meters. As you see from the section, our 3rd floor is substantially set back from the road, and our rear is even set back. I would like to point out that the proposed home's massing is substantially smaller than what the yellow allowable area is. Variance 3, 5, and 7. Sorry, yeah, 3, 5. Sorry, this would be yes. So variance 3, 5, and 7. Sorry, I have to reference it from the 2. 3, 5, and 6. My bad. The allowable length is 17 meters. Our proposed length of the house is 16.46 meters. I'm sorry, if you don't mind to stay on diagram 2, I would appreciate that. Thank you, sir or ma'am. Each level, as we go up, steps in, and we become shorter than the 16.46, which is already shorter. Variance number 3 and 5 have both increased the length of the building because of the car lift. So as you see at the bottom, we have a car lift that will bring up, that's part of the front drive that will lift up. The car can drive in, and it takes it down into a garage. Without the car lift, we would comply with these 2 variances. And I want to assure the committee that this car lift, it's a flush. It basically, you don't see it when it's down. It's all the same permeable pavers or interlock that's down, and it just lifts up with the car as the car loads or unloads. Lastly,
the car is parked in a garage underground?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
So, Chair, can I ask, I'm intrigued by this. So when the car drives in over the lift goes down, the car drives into an underground driveway, a garage, right?
Yes, sir.
So is after the car exits the lift, does the lift get covered or is it open?
So the top of the lift, you're talking about the top of the lift when it's down?
Yeah.
So the top of the lift, and this is all, so the top of the lift is covered by the same stone as the driveway. So when it's actually down, you would just see a reveal line if you look for it, but pavers already have a line, so you see the gap there. So I guess if you come and you look for it, you'd see the steel reveal line. But as you're looking at the driveway from the street, you wouldn't even, like somebody walking down the street glancing would not even notice that it's there. It's when they push the button, it rises up. And this is part of, for safety measures or this and that, there's all sorts of building code things with rails and that have to comply to, to code to make it safe, in case that would be an issue. But for the like I said, for the sight line of it, you don't see it really from the street unless you look for it, and it's only a reveal line within. And then when it comes up, the car drives up and then it goes down. But when it's up as well, there's a metal floor attached to it, like obviously because the car drives on it. So it's like there's only millimeters of distance between the edge of the steel ramp and now the stone driveway as it goes up and down. Lastly, diagram number 3, I want to clarify the massing of the proposed is under the allowable. As you see, the yellow represents the allowable and the white is the footprint we are using, which is notably smaller than the allowed on each level. We feel this is a thoughtful application, and thank you.
All right, thank you. Graham and Ruth Silver.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, hello, my name is Graham Silver and I'm speaking on behalf of myself and my wife Ruth, who is in attendance. We are the homeowners of 52 Duncannon Drive, which is 2 houses south. We would like to thank the committee in hearing our objections. Both myself and my wife attended the December 9th Committee of Adjustment meeting for the initial public hearing notice when the application of 56 Duncannon was deferred due to a large number of objections, including our own. First, we would like to talk about the front yard tree protection zones. Removal of the 2 mature trees was one of our major objections raised in our letter, along with many other neighbors and urban forestry regarding the initial plans. The plans now include the 2 mature trees in the front yard. And if I can just, thank you very much for bringing up that diagram. So you can see there's 2 private trees. There's a private tree belonging to 56, and in front of that one just is the city's tree. There's also, so there's 2 trees that we're talking about on this house, and then next to it in terms of 58. We've noticed is one of the questions we have is we've noticed there's a difference in the diameter of the city-owned tree by urban forestry. If you look in the diameter here, it's showing it's 2.4, which is indicating there's a tree diameter of 30 to 40 centimeters. If you could bring up the deferred letter from the urban forestry, it's December the 1st. It's dated November 30th for a minute, please. And you'll see this tree number 1. It says city-owned honey locust tree measuring 50 centimeters. If we use 50 centimeters, then essentially you're looking at a protected distance of 3 meters. And that will then change or will impact the actual plans. And so my question is, why are we seeing a difference when the city's saying it's 50 centimeters and the plans are showing a different? Should we be using the ones from urban forestry? And that's a question I just raised to the committee. And then if we can go back to the plans again. And if you can just pull them up a little bit. And if you take a look, you can see the house to, oh, this one here doesn't have there's a tree protection zone, but if you, we don't have one thing that's missing is there is no tree protection plan. But if you look at the plans with those trees, the question is, how is this construction in the digging of that garage? Thank you, that one there. In terms of digging the garage, when you're digging out for the garage, you're normally going to hit right into the private tree next door, as well as now it looks like with that, if you're using the 50 centimeter tree, then you're going to be hitting it from from the city tree, as well as how will the construction take place on the other tree. So just trying to had some questions around the tree protection zones. So now on to the next objections we have already with respect to variance number 3, 5, and 7, and I'd like to talk to those now. So in terms of the maximum permitted building length for a detached home is 17 meters. The requested building length, you've got them right here, is 22.01, is significant, and we can find no precedence for this building length in the neighborhood. For example, and I've included that in our reference in our letter, 22 Tarleton was approved with 17.5 meters, 27 Tarleton Road was approved with 17.88, and 90 College View was approved with 18.91. So that's variance number 2. Variance 3, sorry. Variance number 5, we can see here, this is the detached dwelling will be located, and this is significant, 0.65 meters from the front line, where it's normally 6.2 meters. Most homes and that's because of the underground garage with the parking lift. Most homes within the neighborhood are within the required front yard setback of 6.2 meters. All recent applications which have been approved on Tarleton Road, College View, and Chaplin did not request any changes in the front yard. Walking around the neighborhood, we can't see any such home with a significant variance. And no underground garage. So I would now like to talk to variance number 7, if I may. And that's a minimum of 75% of the required front yard landscaping open space shall be in the form of soft landscaping. In this case, 49.12% of the required front yard landscaping open space will be in the form of soft landscaping. This variance would significantly impact and set a precedence to reduce the tree growth and canopy, as well as impact street drainage. Duncannon Drive is on a very steep hill, and flooding is an issue on our street. 6 Duncannon is located towards the top of the hill and is above our house in elevation. The proposed grade has also, they also mentioned that the proposed grade is also being increased. And with the reduction in soft landscaping, this will increase the water drainage down the street to our house and our neighbors. We could not find any such precedence for this significant variance within the neighborhood. We'd also like to mention that Urban Forestry has also objected to this variance in their letter, which you saw from December the 1st. Furthermore, regarding the underground garage, including parking lift, impacts both variance 5 and 7. Both my wife and I have lived in this neighborhood for over 50 years, and we have not seen any such garages within the neighborhood.
So, Mr. Silver, your time is up. Perhaps you could wrap up.
Yeah, and the last thing I just wanted to mention is in all other houses in this area where we see attached garages, all garages are above grade, and there's also a variance for that. And I've included that in my letter of objection.
There's no underground.
So there's no one, the last thing is that we don't have any underground garages. So finally, we would like to thank the committee for hearing our comments and our objections. Thank you. Are there any questions?
Yeah. No questions, sir. Jeff Corda? Mr. Corda? Do we have Mr. Corda on the line, Sarah?
Can you hear us?
Oh, boy.
Yes?
Okay.
Yes, we can.
Okay.
Okay.
Uh,
My wife, Marcia Seelig, will be speaking on both our behalves.
All right, can we have your name, madam, and your address?
Yes, Marcia Seelig. We live at 58 Duncannon Drive. So we are the neighbors to the immediate north of the application of 56 Duncannon.
All right, so can you tell us what your concerns are?
Right. Many of the concerns were already addressed by Graham Silver, so I'll try and be brief. We just have a few questions and concerns related to 2 main issues. The first has to do with whether there is any possible risk of flooding to our basement. If we understand the drawings correctly, it seems that the proposed house will be 1 foot 3 inches, that's 0.39 meters above grade at the front of the house, sloping back towards the back of the house. We have 3 windows at grade level on the side of our house, and the first window is quite near the front. As the proposed house reduces the space between the houses and is to be built above established grade, we are concerned about whether there's any possibility for flooding of our basement. We've lived here for over 30 years, and we've never once had any flooding. We would like to be assured that this has been considered by the architect and the design, and that there will be no risk to our property from storm and rain runoff or from downspout discharge. We wonder if sills should be installed for our basement windows, and would that be something they would be responsible for constructing? Our other question relates to the underground garage and car lift, which is to be located under the front yard portion of the property and the existing double driveway that's there. The city has been very proactive in the last decade to reduce flooding problems in the city. While the owners are not requesting a reverse slope driveway, the city's webpage for water technical reviews for reverse slope driveways states, and I'm quoting, Toronto zoning bylaw 569-2013 prohibits the construction of below grade garages for residential buildings anywhere in the city, end quote. The webpage further states an application for a minor variance request would be needed, as well as a Toronto Water technical review if the Committee of Adjustment requests one. The city obviously has concerns about water management with reverse driveways, and we're wondering whether there might be similar concerns here with respect to reduced soil permeability, drainage, and stormwater management with an underground blockage posed by a garage under the front yard. We were also told there would be a hose for car washing in the garage. We wonder where the water, oil, or possible leaking gas discharge would drain. It should be noted that there is an existing double driveway on the property, and as Graham mentioned, there are no other houses in the area with underground parking. As this will set a precedent, we think the committee should assess the request with care and be assured there are no water management or other drainage concerns. Lastly, the excavation and location of the underground garage raises concerns for us about possible root damage to the mature spruce tree at the front southeast corner of our house, as Graham has already pointed it out. We have not seen and don't know if a tree protection plan prepared in conjunction with an arborist report as required by the city has been prepared that looks at our tree as well as the 2 trees on the property. I don't see one on the list of documents that have been submitted. The diameter of our tree is between 60 to 70 centimeters and would therefore require at minimum a 4.2 meter protection zone. An arborist might in fact determine an even greater zone would be required to prevent damage to feeder roots, as it's quite a large tree. We can't read on the plan drawing if they have calculated any dimensions for the tree protection zone. It's possible the zone may overlap the excavation area required for the underground garage. So we wonder if a condition could be applied that an arborist examine our tree. To sum up, the concerns that directly affect us have to do with potential flooding and the concern for our spruce tree. And then there are the more general concerns we have for the street and the rest of our neighbors about an underground garage car lift, which would be setting a precedent. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions, panel? Dave Richardson.
Through you, Mr. Chair, David Richardson is not on the line. I couldn't contact him.
You're going to try and contact him? Oh, you tried? Couldn't get him? Okay. Mr. Ansuro.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, hi. All right. So, just to address the tree thickness of there, this is referenced from a survey that we had done for the property. As we move forward to get the permit, an arborist report is necessary. And if there's any, if the sizing of the tree is wrong, it will be identified at that point, and the tree zone will be, at that time, it will have to be adjusted. Regarding the lift and the concern about damaging the tree to the north, this house will need shoring as just part of Ontario Building Code, and that will be part of the car lift as well. When shoring happens, because there's a tree protection zone, shoring, I'm sure that's going to be part of the building code package as it comes along. I'd like to comment just something I touched on earlier as well about the softscaping, about the calculation. Every house is allowed to have in this area at least, is allowed to have a driveway that's not included in the calculation of the soft and hardscaping. Because we have put the car lift on there, that's why they've calculated it differently. In actuality, if we just have a drive, we leave the drive the way it is, other than our walkway, where we would far exceed the 75% softscaping, which is the look of it's basically very in line with what the community has. Lastly, I just wanted to note here from their notes, from Mr. Silver's notes, our building, the building itself is under 17 meters. The length that we are over is including the car lift. There's many iceberg buildings being proposed and done in the city nowadays, because as you go out in the basement, as you exceed out from the footprint of the house, that does not trigger a variance. Why we are triggering a variance is because the car lift comes up above ground to discharge or load the car. So times are changing and technology are changing. So I understand that, nobody has that yet on the front of the house. But if this was at the side of the house, for example, it would not trigger a variance. Myself and a number of architects that we admire have put car lifts onto homes. I know in the side, I'm not sure about the front, I haven't seen it, but I've seen them in the sides in Forest Hill and Rosedale. So, lastly on that, we have met with the neighbors twice and offered an open line of communication since we deferred. One of the neighbors had mentioned that there's an opposition letter from Urban Forestry, have since satisfied Urban Forestry. We also agreed to keep the private tree near the southern lot line to satisfy the neighbor to the south. All the opposition letters on the AIC are from previous hearings. Now, while we still do have some opposition, I would like to put that, we are now proposing not to remove any trees. And many of the letters were mentioning the concern about the trees. We originally had 2 car lifts proposed, and we've reduced that to 1. And we reduced the home from basically 78% to 76% in GFA. That was an 81-foot reduction, which came off all these 81-foot came off the front of the home, creating a larger setback at the north front of the home that will allow more space, like more open space for the neighbor to the north. We considered the neighbors during this proposal, and I believe our actions show it. We also considered all the differing city departments who are not opposing us on this application. Thank you.
Mr. Ansuro, could you just explain to me, we've had several applications involving car lifts. Most of them are in the garage. We had one in Forest Hill that was outside. There was no garage whatsoever except underground. But you seem to have the kind of lift that they had in this house in Forest Hill, where it's not above ground, not connected above ground to the garage, but you have a garage down below, apparently, with a reverse driveway. How does the lift relate to the garage?
Okay, forgive me if I'm not answering the question right. The lift takes the car to the garage. It's an underground garage. This does not pertain, like the City of Toronto talks about the sloping drives. This is completely different than the sloping drives of the past. This is, this is drained properly. This is again, this has all sorts of OBC, basically, I don't know what to call them, but bylaws that have to be passed in order to create it. So this is a concrete piece that comes, that the foundation extends out, and the garage basically just lifts, the car drives in, and it goes down, and you walk into your house at that point. Does that, if you take a look at the basement plan, you would see it if you scroll down 1 or 2 drawings.
But is there an actual integral garage?
Yes, sir, it will come one next drawing, I believe. Yes, there. So you see there, it drives down, and then 1 car parks in front, and 1 car parks on the lift underground. So it's a 2-car garage, below grade.
Is there a driveway to the garage, or the car only enters through the lift?
Only enters through the lift. As mentioned, it does not, like this, the neighbor, forgive me, I forget who mentioned it, mentioning about drives going down. We're fully aware that that's not allowed. This is completely different, and these are being accepted in the City of Toronto now. So again, you have to follow OBC rules for it.
Yeah, this doesn't have a driveway going to the garage.
No, it does not.
Well, that's where I got confused, because the neighbor said there's a driveway.
Yeah, no, there's no driveway. This is a lift that goes up. Yeah.
All right, thank you, sir, I understand. All right, panel, any questions? Okay, yes, Sahir? You're on mute.
That's going to be my middle name. Just a couple of questions. If I'm correct, variance number 3, 5, 6, and 7 all seem to be triggered by the car lift. Am I correct?
3, yes. 5, yes. 6, yes. And 7, in a sense, yes. The softscaping as well is a technicality because
okay.
Yes,
And,
you are correct.
And similarly, I think a couple of folks mentioned, or at least one person mentioned, the notion of the tree protection. That the car lift again has an impact in terms of tree protection. Yes. And would it be fair to say that you won't know definitively whether you'd be damaging the tree? I forget which side of the house it is, but as I'm looking at the driveway, it would be the tree on the right. I believe it's a neighboring tree. That you won't know until you actually dig for the car lift. Would that be a reasonably accurate assessment of that?
Well, in fairness, I don't want to speak in absolutes because you never know what's going on under the ground. What I can say is, there is a tree protection zone. There are, there has to be an arborist report, and in order to get a permit, as you know, you have to satisfy the urban forestry. So there's a number of steps that will need to be followed in order to get to that point, and part of it is the arborist coming out. So regardless if it's correct as the measurement as the survey said it, or if it has to get moved, like if it's say it's 10 centimeters larger like the report says, and the tree protection zone has to move out, at that point there will be either one of two things would probably happen. Either if it goes into the car lift, forestry might say you can't do, they might say you can't do this, in which case we would have to shift it, we would have to shift it forward slightly. And based on our site, if we have to move the front wall a foot back in order to accomplish that, that would just be something that would have to be done at that point. So it's so close that this wouldn't be something to go. But I mean, again, I don't want to, feed you the Kool-Aid and say that, because we don't know what's underneath the ground, but we are going by the standards. We have to follow the rules of what the arborist says and how what he submits to forestry, and we follow those bylaws because we're not experts on trees. And again, nobody knows what's going on under the ground, but we are following the protocols.
So, Mr. Ansuro, with respect to the trees and damaging them and roots, etc., you have to satisfy urban forestry before you can do anything.
100%.
Yeah, and we're of course going to make it a condition of your if an approval is given, forestry conditions will be imposed, and you and to in order to build, you're going to have to satisfy them.
We've been through this. Isn't the first rodeo. We knew that was coming.
Okay, but I'm just stressing that for the neighbors, so they understand that.
Yes.
Okay, panel, any further questions, comments? Yes,
Again, sorry, Mr. Chair, if I may, would a similar issue arise from the notion of reverse driveways? I understand that this is not a reverse driveway in the usual sense of the expression, but should the city, presumably the city would have to say yes, this is okay, and if it doesn't, then you've got Plan B, presumably.
Sorry, I apologize. I don't completely understand what you are asking.
We know that reverse driveways are not allowed by the city.
Yeah.
But when you present your lift drive,
yes,
lift process, because regardless of how I don't know 100%, but I would assume that there's probably some water leakage into the space below the car lift. If you have a torrential downpour, could that be worse? And so would the city have to approve the car lift at some point?
Yeah, so the city has to, like, again, there's Ontario Building Code associated to it, and that all has to be passed with it. Same thing, again, even as I mentioned, to pour the concrete, there would have to be shoring to protect the tree on the side. The shoring will go with the foundation of the house because of the depth of it. That's all in the building code, aspect of it. Again, we wouldn't be allowed to just, change our mind and put a ramp there, if that's what you're asking. That's, I'm not, that's just not even an option, right? Like this is following the car lift that's there. And again, car lifts are being permitted more and more in the city, but most that we've seen have been at the side of the house. So we're asking to put it at the front at this point, and that's it. But as for again, there are building code issues there. I assure you it's not, as we've done them before, there's weeping tiles around it, there's drains, and it ties into the discharge of the system of the house. So it goes into the sump pump and comes out. So it's not like it sits and floods the basement or anything like that.
Thank you.
Right, panel, any further questions? Do we have comments? Do we have somebody have a motion? Larry.
Sure. I think this is a proposal that came forward previously, met a whole ton of concern by the neighbors. The proponent subsequently has gone and had discussions with those neighbors. I think the proposal as currently before us is much improved from what it was when it was previously submitted. I think that the variances themselves, while there are a number of them, they are all fairly modest. I think the agent has indicated that the trees particularly will be protected. The car lift is an innovative solution. I don't see any real technical issues with it, and I suspect that if there are the building department will flag them. I think this now is a supportable application. I'm prepared to move a motion to approve, subject to forestry condition number 2.
Do we have a seconder? Peter, all in favor? Have your approval. Thank you, sir. That finishes the afternoon agenda. It is now 6:52 p.m.
Thanks, Don.
Thank you.
Thanks, Sylvia and guys.
Thank you all.